So let's go ahead and get things set up here real quick. Just hang out for a second. And we'll get going here shortly. So just hang on a moment. Didn't expect it to go right now, but hey, it's done this to me before, so not surprised. So just hold on one moment. Okay. All right, y'all, hang out one moment. Here, stare at Deadpool till I get back. I'll be right back. Oh, how are y'all doing today? Just hold on one second. Yeah, I didn't expect it to start right now. I know it'll probably take a while for people to start dropping in, which is totally fine, because I gotta get a power supply for the phone anyway. Hold on. I find it funny that it started, I tried to schedule it for noon, and it started anyway. Okay. I think that'll do it. I'm not sure. Yay! Happy Dills. Welcome. How you doing? I scheduled it for noon. For some reason, it started now. So I'm like, oh crap! I'm gonna jump in there and get started. Hold on. I guess there's ambient light out of my face. Stupid thing is just not cooperating today. Batista, hello. Hello, how are you doing? Can't wait. Don't we can wait. Thank you. I appreciate that because I didn't expect it to kick off like right now. I was like, holy crap. I like set it for like, and I hit done to get to go at noon, and I was like, and then it starts going 3, 2, 1. I'm like, wait a minute, what's going on here? Thank you, thank you. This is got stuff stuck. This is that magnetic version, so you can kind of take it apart. It's really cool. But I have a beard, so I kind of didn't take that into consideration when I made it. So, yeah. Full 3D printed, yes. Absolutely. So yeah, we're here for the chat and the hangout, man. That's what we're here for. And if you guys find anything interesting on my content, on my channel, then besides the chats, then feel free to hop on over there and check out some of the playlists. It's a lot of fun, and I'm building a really big drone, and that's going to be an interesting project in itself, just because, well, it's basically a 5-foot by 5-foot drone running 4 340 millimeter EDFs. Nathan, how you doing? Hey, you're not Deadpool. Really? No, I'm not Deadpool. But this was really cool off the X1 Carbon. And it came out so clean, And I had said before, and I'll say it again, that yeah, Pitbull Monkey got it down. That's right. Yeah, that's probably a good, a dead giveaway. Pardon the pun. I was thinking about, once I get to a specific subscriber point, maybe just giving this away to one of my faithful subscribers. It doesn't fit me. I mean, it does fit me, but it's because of the beard, it just doesn't. So, but I had to make one. I had the magnets laying around, and I was like, I got to make this, and then like send it to a subscriber. Who wants it? Happy to help. How you doing? Welcome, Nathan. Everybody who has jumped in, welcome to the chat. So yeah, today we're talking about basically whatever you want to talk about. Chat, hang out. That's the whole point of this thing. And yeah. We're just gonna relax. I'm gonna have some pipe tobacco. Yeah, I mean, it's about the community though. That's the whole point. You guys support me by subscribing to me. Some of you even support me by going to the Buy Me a Coffee link, which helps me buy filament and stuff like that, because like I'm on vet benefits, so it's a little hard to keep things going. I'm working on it though. Working on monetization so I can kind of keep the projects going. And yeah, of course I would give it away. We'll have a live raffle. What I'll do is I'll put up a post. Nathan, I hope you have a good day too. Go save the world, man. I'll put up a post is what I'll do. And anyone that wants to be in on the drawing, you just go to the post, say, I'm in, I'll put your name in the hat. And the reason why I need to do it that way is because most of the time, some people have their subscriptions private, so I can't see who's subbed or who might be interested. So putting a comment on the post for this would let me know who's interested in winning this thing, and we'll put it out for like a month out or whatever, just so enough people get a chance to take a look at it. Mainly because I don't have a huge audience, but I want people to have the opportunity who are willing to, subscribe and support me. So, and it's not like I can't print more. I could print more for you guys, but I'm waiting for some parts and some filament for the drone, and I have a job I'm doing for a customer on the printer. So for the next 9 days, it's going to be printing those products. So that's going to help kind of, get some more money into the program for what it is that I'm doing. And that's building a very large drone using 340 millimeter high pass EDF engines, which are completely 3D printed, with the exception of the motor that drives them. So yeah, basically, imagine a jet engine that's 340 millimeters in diameter, and 4 of them, spinning all with 60 horsepower motors, 18S, so it's 75 volts, producing enormous amounts of thrust and maneuverability on a 5 by 5 foot drone. So yeah, it's gonna be fun. Oh, it's gonna be fun. And yeah, basically fully 3D printed, except for the drive motor. And let me clarify: the EDF, the casing, everything is done. The drive motor itself that I'm using is I could probably 3D print one and just do some windings if I wanted to get specifics on my voltage and so on and so forth, which I may do in the future. But for now, I'm literally running a skateboard motor. So right, and you know the electric skateboards, like the Flip Sky stuff? They've got good motors that have good power, and the torque is designed in the motor for moving a human. So I figured moving a 340 millimeter high pass fan is probably not going to be a problem. And I've done some test spin ups. You can see them on the shorts and in the playlist for the 340 millimeter, the stubby fan. And then of course, if you watch the playlist with the Shrike concept drone, the V10 Maiden is where I kind of started off with, where I was trying to understand turbine engines or jet engines or EDFs and how they react with flight controllers, specifically the SpeedyBee F405 Wing APP. And while their power distribution board doesn't really have the power to push all 4 of the EDFs, I used an APD, the Advanced Power Drive 500X, which had max current draw of 500 amps. So what I was able to do is hook that up to the SpeedyBee, and I was able to push all 4 of the EDFs. Yeah, I'll show you the fan. Hold on. Okay, so you know how... Let me get one more motor. Hold on. So this is sort of one of the smaller motors I was using for the EDF drones when I was at iNav and the SpeedyBee 405 Wing, and I was trying to get basically an understanding of how the EDFs worked with drones and flight controllers, specifically when it came down to gyro stabilization, frequency cutoffs, all that other stuff, the Q factor, just a whole bunch of different gyro stabilization frequencies that I had to deal with. So when I finally got that working in the 70 millimeter version, I was like, I want bigger motors. I want bigger motors so I can do bigger projects, right? Have you had the blades for a drone stuck in your gear? No, I did have one fan explode, but that was the 170 millimeter. Not just finished, but the one that I've been testing that I finished. And I have one on the stand up here. It's held down by chains. There's a reason why. It's because this is the motor for the next drone. There's gonna be 4 of these being pushed by 60 horsepower 7070 Flip Sky motors and an 18S ESC. So yeah, it's a big fan. And it puts out some power. All 3D printed. I designed the hub to basically be separate from all the blades, and then I would print each blade individually. And I set the machine tolerances on this to 0.05. PETG, Creality PETG. This fan has withstood 5,800 RPMs. It will withstand 9,000 RPMs when I get the 18S pack. So that is one of 4 engines that will be on the new drone. So yeah, that's gonna be fun. That's gonna be hilarious. As probably as hilarious as the Dill drone. If you go look at some of the videos, you'll see the Dill drone video. I had to do that. You know, as soon as Katy Perry went into space on a Blue Origin craft, I had to make the Dill drone. You know, so sort of a tribute to Katy Perry. It's like I don't really care for her, but it's just funny. It was more of a mockery of what, you know, the flight. You know, oh, we're astronauts now. No, you're not. You went to the Kármán line and fell back down. You were weightless because you were falling, not in space. It may have been thinner, it may have been the upper or outer atmosphere, but not space. So people on the space station are in space, because that's like 250 miles up. So it's just funny to me. The whole Blue Origin thing, it's a gimmick. You know, they shoot you up in a rocket, you're falling. It's not any different than the planes, the anti-gravity planes, where they go up and then they drop back down and you're weightless for a while. It's the same principle. They just did it in a rocket. And you know, I'm sorry, but it looks like the Blue Origin rocket is just it's a dick. Okay? That's all there is to it. And that's why, face it looks like a dick. Okay? And that's why I did the Dill drone. Which, if you haven't seen the Dill drone, I'm still getting new motors for it, but I'll show you the Dill drone. Okay. Okay, Deadpool, you gotta move. There it is. Bask in the glory of my Dill drone. That sounds bad. Well, my point is, here you go, Katy Perry. All for you. And I did fly this. I had an issue where I didn't have a low voltage cutoff programmed into my radio, and I knew something was up, so I was trying to get it back to the grass before it crashed. So I had to reprint the bottom, but I had a motor go bad on me, so I'm just gonna get another motor. EDS just for testing the fans, but yeah, typically it'll run these standard 3052s. So that'll be fun. It's a fun drone. It's funny to watch it fly in the air and watch people's reaction. Hey, 10, what's going on, brother? Hope everyone's having a great Tuesday. Like midweek Tuesday. If you're at work right now and you're not watching Drone Power Concepts, then you're not working. Because I like to make everybody's work day better by saying whatever work it is you're doing, if you're in a cubicle or anything like that, just smash your keyboard, go grab all of the stuff out of the break room, all the snacks, the coffee, the food, go home, take the day off. Unless you're working as a machinist, and then keep going, because I have some stuff I might need you to do for me. because I have a lot of stuff I have to get done. I'm testing this new drone in, you know, PETG, and it will fly in PETG, but ultimately I would love to have it CNC'd out of an aircraft grade aluminum. I can make the whole system lighter that way, because PETG kind of has to be solid infill on the hub, and I can sort of get rid of some of that inside the aluminum version, which would make things a little bit easier. Plus, having to use indexing shafts for the hexagonal index shaft to stabilize the main shaft through the entire motor and the fan works out well, but if you're working with threading off of a machined piece, then the shaft can be circular, which makes things a little bit easier for me, and much more rigid, because you can't really print threads into these things with the torque on the fan, because it'll just snap it off. And then printing it at an angle where the layer lines aren't vertical to the threads creates a bit of problems when it comes to support material, which makes it harder to thread and center, actually, to make it really centered. So I just went with a hexagonal main shaft through the center. The titty holding machine behind you. Oh, with the hand holes. I like how you called it the titty holding machine. That's pretty cool. Thank you for the compliment on the hair. There you go. Appreciate it. That is, how do I say this? It's for my genetic experiments. I'm doing Pinella stypticus, working bioluminescence into a morning glory and an orchid. But not the type of bioluminescence where you have to take the luciferin and put it actually on the plant to make it glow. The one that produces its own luciferin with its luciferides and the substrates necessary, basically using the CRISPR virus Cas9. And yeah, fun genetics. Yeah, I have a mycelial growth grain spawn going, you know, in the closet. And I didn't even know you could do this. This is totally cool. How would you rather watch a tree grow? Okay. Adam, you have to elaborate on the question. That's all I could think of, actually. My intrusive thoughts breaking through with that thought. Gotcha. Deadpool head. Yes, I've defeated Deadpool. He's no longer regenerating. Yeah, loving the hearts. Okay, so basically what I was saying about the genetic bioluminescence. So I'm creating a garden for my wife, but with flowers and plants that actually glow using the bioluminescence that are transferred. And I know what everyone's going to say who has any experience in this, is that you can't just impart the reactive substances inside the plant with the bioluminescence or the luciferides, because then they'll react with the luciferin in order to get the glowing effect. But you want the plant to actually generate just like the Pinella stypticus does, everything it needs to glow independently. So that's a little bit more of an in-depth genetic process, but it can work. And the idea is just having some glowing flower, glowing garden, you know, that I'm building for my wife. So everyone's like, just use LEDs. But no, I think it'd be more like a Pandora vibe from the movie Avatar, which is kind of what I'm going for. I know any word in Hindi? I don't believe so. Well, if you were here earlier, remember I had stated that because this doesn't fit me because of the beard, I'm going to put up a post where people can put, you know, I'm interested or I want to be in the drawing or whatever, because I can't really, some people have their subs private. So knowing who's subbed and who's interested, I plan on giving this away. So the idea is, and it's you know, it's for everyone who's just showing up. It's the fully magnetic slap together one. So yeah, and I'm gonna give it away. I'm gonna give it away to subscribers. So I'll have a post up soon. It'll be a picture of the mask. If you're interested in being in the drawing, then what you'll do is you'll, you know, put in the comments that you're interested or that you want it, and then maybe like a month from now, a couple weeks, not too long, we'll do a name in the hat kind of live drawing where I figure out who wins, and then I'll tell the winner, email me to my channel page, and you know, we'll figure out how to get it shipped out to you, even if it's international. I'm totally fine with that. You want to buy this? I'm giving it away, so. But if you want to buy one, I could probably make another one. You know. So it really just comes down to like I would need the measurements of your head, and depending on whether or not you're going to go directly with a direct fit or if you're going to put padding inside of it, because I have to compensate for that when I do the print. Batman armor. I could probably do Batman. From Batman versus Superman. I'll take a look at that one and see if I can find it. What type of bullseye? What are you talking about? Like 3D printed stuff? Like Nerf guns and stuff? I don't know. I don't know if the stormtroopers would be that bad. I think it would take a little bit longer because you have to kind of do it in some pieces, but it's doable, you know. Any thoughts on the Roman Empire? Sort of an off-the-wall vague question. The Roman Empire. Well, at one point when I used to hang out with, you know, Julius Caesar, and we used to talk a lot. And this is before they attacked him in the Senate and took him out, and I had to leave Rome. But you know, it is what it is. I did make a 3D printer out of a 3D. Actually, I made a 3-axis CNC mill out of a 3D printer. That's what's sitting behind me with the jet sitting on it. That jet was also designed in Fusion 360, and I printed it out. It has a 90mm EDF in it. I'm waiting for a couple of parts, and then I'm going to fly. But it's all about money. And I'm a veteran, so I'm broke. So every time I get a little bit, I'll put it towards this. And then my brother tries to get like personal loans, or I wouldn't even have an X1 carbon to print with. And he buys a lot of stuff for me. Because what the government pays me, you know, gets me by, you know. But I'll sit and I'll decide on, I'll get what I need for my family, but then I'll just sit and I'll eat like bread. If it means I can get more filament. I'm a dedicated man. I appreciate you subbing, Roman. And it's a great hobby, it really is. If you check out the rest of the content, rest of the playlists, I think you'll be really interested in what it is that I'm doing. The big drone that I'm making is for fun, but it's also a first step in a new type of drone for SAR operations, because I want to be able to help people. So this drone that I'm designing can not only go horizontal in flight like most drones, but because the engines will gimbal, it can go vertical on the body, get through trees, small gaps, things like that. And because it's inducted engines, you don't have to worry about props hitting stuff. It can go where unconventional places where regular drones can't go. And it would be great for getting to people who have like fallen down a mountain or something like that. Just rescue operations, bringing them comms, bringing them water, bringing them first aid, getting first-hand reconnaissance and images for people on the ground that can't get to that position right away. So realistically, that's what I'm creating the drone for, is to help people. At the same time, the hobbyist side of it's still going to be fun, so people can build this and fly it, because I'm going to make the STL files available. Once I do a first flight, everything is proven and it's reliable. So yeah, that's basically the plan. So you figure, who wants a small drone, right? I mean, who wants a small drone? I get doing the FPV racing and stuff like that. I've always wanted to get into it, but I'm not really an acro pilot. I have an app or a program where I practice on it with my TX16S. But acro is not that easy when you first start out. The drones I'm building are not conventional drones. I mean, it's just, this is one of 4 engines. One of 4 fans for the engine. Other one's sitting up here on a 5-gallon bucket held down with chains for testing. And you can see those tests in the shorts and some of the videos for the Stubby Fan playlist or the Mach 1 project. Because this one is the 22 blade version, that's going in the SR-72 Dark Star, 2 of these. And I'm going to do a Mach 1 aircraft. A Mach 1 RC aircraft. Okay? And if you don't believe me, just keep watching because it's coming. It'll be a little while before I get the body done. But Mach 1, baby. I'm going to have to fly at FPV because I have to go at least half a mile out. And then I'm also working on, I've contacted a specific company, I won't mention them because they haven't really given me permission to, that's going to steer me away from lithium polymer packs to hydrogen fuel cells. And then we'll be running off of the voltage we need, the amps we need, off of running these packs in series, these PEM membrane cells. And then I'll be running 2 hydrogen tanks, 1 per motor. And then that'll give me a lot longer runtime than traditional lipos, plus it'll be lighter. The body will be carbon fiber, leading edges will be alloy to, you know, mitigate the heat. And it's just a lot of engineering that's going into that craft. But it's not going to be a small craft either. It's going to be probably around 8 to 12 feet long, roughly, because it is modeled sort of after the Dark Star, which is a decent hypersonic design. So that's going to be one of the goals, is a hypersonic flight with an RC aircraft, and hope that when it does break the sound barrier, that the pressure waves that are created doesn't destroy it. Either way, it's going to be interesting. Hydro fuel. That's right. Straight up hydrogen. Getting away from that lipo thing. The lipo I use for testing. The drone will be tested with lipos. And that's good because it adds extra weight. Because the lipos are heavier. Which gives me a better angle on the performance issues if we go with a lighter system like a hydrogen fuel stack and 2 tanks. So you weigh that in comparison to the lipos that I would need to run it. Then I run it on the lipos, and then I know, you know, what power bands I have at what specific weights, that kind of thing, what maneuverability I have, what overhead I have on the throttle. This is all, believe it or not, this is all, like I said, if you look at the Shrike concept playlist, and you go to the V10 Maiden, which is the version 10 of the Shrike, that was when I was first experimenting with getting EDFs, understanding how EDFs work with flight controllers. because they usually work with traditional motors and props. So realistically, the idea is to create it, do it with EDFs, because nobody does it with EDFs. In the future, you can't have flying vehicles. When I made this, flying car, it's not a flying car. It's this big drone with 8 motors and like massive props on it and stuff like that. You can't conventionally use that with our infrastructure. So, I mean, you're not going to a Black Friday sale at Target in a flying car like that. You're going to decapitate everybody in the parking lot. So the idea is to have something that has the same footprint as an SUV, but still be able to fly. To where you could just go from from the freeway to an off-ramp to a skyway to where you're going back to a freeway and then back on the road, and it's all hydrogen. So GPS controlled skyway with a HUD that's projected onto your windscreen so that you can basically see where this invisible skyway is. You have control, but it's controlled a lot by GPS and positioning and things like that. Ground-facing LiDAR, avoidance sensors, basically everything you could think of, like they have in smaller drones now. But you're just kind of making it bigger, and you're using inducted fan engines, so you're not having to worry about, these huge 8-foot props that are spinning. That's not a flying car. That's just another type of helicopter. That's a good idea. In the test platform, that would be a good idea for the LiDAR. I think that's a very good idea. And if I implement that on the drone when I'm testing LiDAR, I'm going to mention you on that one, because that was your idea. If you're going to be part of the community, if you're going to sub, if you're going to watch, if you like the content, and you come up with ideas like that and I implement it, I'm going to be like, and this idea came from Zinkskivity. I'm probably going to need a software. When it comes down to control systems, I'm going to need a software engineer. That's for sure. I'm a mechanical engineer. I understand some of the code. I use a lot of Arduino, do some Python, that kind of thing. But I'm realistically going to need a control system that's going to handle a lot of different computations. We're talking about positioning, GPS positioning, altitude positioning, control, just like you would find in sort of the SpeeDB flight controllers. But you basically we're going to have to upscale it, and then it's going to have to be transferred to wheel control, and then stick control, and then things like that. But we want to figure out a way to integrate all that to where it's not a hassle to drive the car. That's the whole point. You want it to be simple and easy for the operator, someone who doesn't need a pilot's license to actually fly the thing, because of the onboard automated control systems and the GPS guidance. Plus all the obstacle avoidance sensors and LiDAR, like we mentioned. Yeah, they have. They have. So I'm gonna tell you right now, man. You need to email me on my channel page, because we got some work to do. You work for an AI drone company? Good. That's good. You're my new best friend. Well, still, you got the experience. That's what I need, That's what the community's about. I'll put the files out for when it comes to building motors that spin this up. And you gotta go watch the spin ups on these. I have videos of the spin ups on these. And these put out some power even at 48 volts. When I get to 75 volts, which is what the motor's peak efficiency is, we're getting a lot more RPMs at the low end. Right now I'm hitting 5,800 roughly. And I think we'll top out at about 9,000. But this blade, being 3D printed, still handled 5,800 pretty well. It actually burned up one of my first motors because of the torque. So I did do an 11 blade version where some of them are shorties that push air into a wind tunnel that's behind us instead of a compressor that cools the engine. So it's dedicated to cooling the engine. I am using outrunners. I would love to use in-runners because of the heat's better on the in-runners, and it's easier to heat sink them than it is an outrunner. But when it comes down to what's available, what horsepower, my plan was from the very beginning to make sure that this was basically something that could be printed and you could get this stuff off Amazon, so that a hobbyist, an enthusiast could put together a drone or a variation of it and just have some fun, you know. Appreciate it, Zink. Very cool. Thank you very much. Any support helps. I'm almost a partner. Trying to make enough money to keep it going. But yeah, I mean, it's been rough. Like, cause I hate waiting for the parts. I hate waiting to be able to like afford to get filament and stuff like that, and I hate waiting to get the electronics and things like that. And I hate it because the government don't pay me a lot. So that's one of the main reasons why I put up that buy me a coffee link. So if someone moseys on into the chat or the channel and has deep pockets, you know, no obligation whatsoever. I'm not saying you have to, but you know, if you donate 3 or 4 million, I'm kidding. It's the buy me a coffee link. It's like you buy a couple coffees and then I buy a roll of filament, or somebody buys several rolls of coffee or several cups of coffee and I buy an ESC or a motor. I hope that's a guy moving a dumpster. Don't want to have to go get the 9 million. Evan. How are you today? Always asking where my wife is. You'll never get to see her, sorry. I always love it when the trolls come in. See, you notice from the thumbnail, I'm on a throne. Because I'm the troll hunter. And no matter how much they insult me, they keep coming back. Fuck! Always with the same opener. How's it going, Buck? Hey, honey, Evan's back. He's asking where you are. Hold on, I gotta grab my coffee, because when I started this, I unintentionally started it like 15 minutes early. I'll be right back. Okay. Oh, yeah, I know. No. Ugh. Something cold to drink. What is the CNC looking machine behind me? That's exactly it. It's a 3-axis CNC. Basically, it's it's something I 3D printed. It was an MP CNC, but I redesigned it and made it bigger. And then I have a friend of mine that does some work with laser cutting steel and bending it and brake pressing, so on and so forth. So we add some accoutrement to the whole system. And now we have a 3-axis CNC. That's going to be what I'm going to be using to kind of cut out the mold negatives for the carbon fiber for the Dark Star mission that I end up doing. So that's going to be fun. Evan, what are you talking about? I swear, this guy lives in his own world and makes shit up all the time. What would the world be without trolls? It can do aluminum, and but mainly, it really depends on the spindle you put on it. I have a pretty powerful Makita sitting on it, so it'll do aluminum, and I can put. It's got a 1/4-inch collet, so I can pretty much put whatever I need to on it to cut. But mainly it's going to be for doing the mold negatives for the body parts, for the aircraft, or whatever else I may be doing carbon fiber for. What silver thing are you talking about? There's a lot of silver things on my desk. This? Is that what you're talking about? It's a lighter. Are you talking to me? Yeah, in front of the... Oh, yeah, the light. It's the lighter. This is the lighter. What's my problem with Evan? Oh, he's gonna... Can't say the whole insult, huh? Don't want to get banned or put in a corner again? My dear, could you put Evan in the corner, please? With his dunce cap. See, Evan, I don't have a problem with you. You usually are the problem. And for that, you shall disappear. I have no... Everyone says that. I have no idea what they're talking about. Like the crypto miner thing. No idea. Thanks, Zeke. Appreciate it. Skibbity. CRISPR and builds drones. Yeah, it's sort of a multifaceted kind of, I want to do everything kind of thing. It all fascinates me, so I just try to learn it and move forward with it. One of the reasons why I went to school for engineering, I thought, well, maybe that'll be good to have a bachelor's degree in engineering. So I went for that, and now I'm going for aerospace, master's in aerospace. But realistically, I already know what I need to know. So it's just about getting the paper, I guess. But then again, how much is the paper really worth? You know? Yeah. Everybody out there building, experimenting with stuff, you know, doing experimental aircraft or experimental machines, robotics, whatever you guys are doing. It's just, it's awesome to see people doing that. It makes us more independent. What we really need, though, is somebody stateside who's making these motors that I've been using for testing, because you know, to hell with China. I mean, I don't want to give them my money. That's all there is to it. So it's like, you know, we need stateside solutions for all this, because if we're doing all this stuff stateside, from the printers to the motors to the technology, the flight controllers, so on and so forth, then, you know, we got the market on it. You know, that's all there is to it. Not to mention the possibilities of military applications with some of the technology that I'm putting together now. And I know everyone's thinking they probably got a lot more stuff that's a heck of a lot better, but being, you know, ex-military myself, I can tell you they don't. Okay? There are no crashed alien crafts. There are no aliens. There are no, you know, first off, think about it logically. You're an alien, okay? You're thousands of years more advanced than these primate humans on this planet called Earth. So you're gonna go in and for a visit, see what's going on. And you have like the highest technology. You have interstellar travel. You can go from one star to another, but you can't avoid hitting a planet. So that kind of tells you what you need to know. And I know everyone's going to say, "Oh, well, they shot them down." I'm like thinking to myself, these things are supposed to be able to move in any direction with literally G-forces that would liquefy a human. And you're going to tell me we shot it down? I don't think so. That's all there is to it. If you're an alien and you hit a planet, I'm not sure I trust your technology. You know? I mean, Earth is big. How do you go, we're going to Earth? Boom! I mean, who does that? There's no alien. And if there are, they're not as advanced as we are, or even close. Another theory to that is, if there was an advanced civilization out there that was thousands of years beyond our technology, it means they've been sending out signals for probably a very long time. Which means we would have picked it up by now from somewhere. Unless they're in a system that's so far away that we would never receive the signal in our lifetime. But if you're dealing with interstellar travel, or they're, they've somehow, you know, figured out how to control an Einstein-Rosen bridge, then even if they could get here, the fact still remains that they hit a planet, which means they can't park for shit. And the only thing they've been abducting so far are cows. I have no idea. I mean, if I was an alien species and I came to this planet and I saw a whole bunch of humanoids walking dogs on leashes, I would think the dogs were the superior species. You know, because they go where they want and they're dragging their people with them, you know. Then the people are picking up their poop. That's probably why we have never had any communication with any alien race, besides the fact that I don't believe they exist, is that they can't figure out why the dogs aren't answering them. You know, or the cats. The cat, and they must recognize the cats as the overlords, because the cats don't listen to anybody. So, yeah, that's my whole thought on the whole alien conspiracy theory thing. Um, and I've been told to say that by my Anunnaki masters. So yeah. I find it hilarious. Who here does believe in aliens? Anybody? Anybody believe in aliens? Anybody had an alien experience that was outside of an acid drop? I mean, let's be real, you know. Did I lose chat again? I must have. Yes, I did. See, you guys asked me a whole bunch of questions and I missed them. I'm sorry. The other day I said there were. Hold on. I'm sorry, I missed a bunch of questions. I was like, why is the chat so quiet? Alright, hold on, let me catch up. There are no, I did not say that there was aliens the other day. If I did, I was joking. USB still a minor. Oh, okay. Substrip of the fan. Yes, it's only like 74 each. Cheap. It's complete. Lottery, maybe. Make good gifts. I don't know. Buck, I don't know about that one. Let me catch up here. Cats do run the world, yes. The cow is the answer. Travis Walton was abducted. He says he was. There are multiple ancient civilizations that show the writing on the wall. I find it comical people who don't. No, I just... Okay. People back in that time, they see a shooting star, they think it's a sign from whatever god they believe in. Okay, so to say that, you know, they believed in aliens, there was no proof of it. What have they said? You know what proof we have? We have proof of giants, which proves Nephilim, which proves the flood, which proves the Bible. So, I mean, there is that. But no one's going to concede to that because those rules require you to be accountable and moral. So, you know, whatever. Well, we have craft that can explain the aliens away, yes, because we've developed technology that that can mimic that kind of flight, but it's not manned. First off, let me put it real simple. In order to do some of the stuff that alien craft are supposed to be able to do, you have to be able to pull yourself outside of the gravitational influence of the space-time in which you are currently in. And if we were to do that here, what would happen? Any scientists in the room? What happens if you create an independent gravitational well that separates you from the gravitational influence of the space-time of our solar system and everything in it? What happens? What happens? What happens is the entire Milky Way galaxy zooms away from you in an instant if you don't get slammed into a planet on the way out. Because if you pull yourself outside of the gravitational influence of the space-time that you are in, you are now stationary. No way to guide yourself. You are stationary. That's all there is to it. And then what happens is you disappear at the speed of light, or at the speed of the galaxy, however fast it's moving away from you. And then you're stuck in interstellar space, in between galaxies, wondering why the hell you did this. Have the capacity to do everything we give it credit for. Yeah, that's true. Gravity is not a construct. Gravity is it's a result of mass in space-time. I mean, the way we measure time is strictly the observation of humanity. We constructed a measurement of time. Time is just a measured portion of reality or eternity, so it doesn't exist, you know? Time doesn't exist except for how you perceive it. Time isn't what you think it is. And if you are trying to travel faster than light, it's not going to work. Unless you're able to figure out a way to take the mass that you're traveling in and make it lighter than a photon, which you can't do, because then it doesn't exist. See, because the interesting part about a photon is once it hits your retina, that's the end of the life of the photon. It's instantaneous. Okay, so when it was emitted, even if that photon came from the beginning of the universe, if that light hits your retina, it didn't take 4.5 billion years to get to your eye. It was instantaneous for the photon. The photon doesn't recognize time. They have done it with the collider. They've done what? Gravity does not have the capacity to do. Okay. Yeah. Light doesn't travel. Correct. I mean, we have a speed that we consider it that it travels from our perception. But once a photon interacts with another object and refracts or reflects, it's from our perception, time goes a specific speed. But from the photon's perception, it instantaneously is at where it is from where it began. There is no time lapse for the photon. So if you were a photon and you were just created, you are already at the point of refraction or impact where you're illuminating the object. See, because take Earth, for example. If you didn't have light photons refracting off of everything and bouncing off of everything, you wouldn't see anything. You'd be in total darkness. Colors don't even exist. Colors don't exist. The medium in which the photon passes through or reflects off of is the material that absorbs whatever wavelength of light that hits it is what determines the color that you see. So the red, for example, all the other wavelengths of light are being absorbed except the red. So that's why you see the red. An example of this is a butterfly wing. Butterfly wings don't have color. They refract color. They absorb certain wavelengths of light, and that's how they produce their camouflage. So wherever they're at, their wings, basically, the cells in their wings, absorb every wavelength of light necessary to hide it by only displaying the colors from the wavelengths of light of its environment. A butterfly wing is transparent in nature. So you can see many videos on this. Oh, that's cool. I want to get one of those zinc. That'd be awesome. Yeah, people don't seem to understand that there's a spectrums of light that you before and after the visible spectrum that you just do not know. You can't see it. You can't perceive it. How do we prove this? Well, I'm colorblind. There are certain spectrums of light that I can see. They call it color blindness, but it's actually just a deficit of a specific kind of color in your spectrum. Well, the normal, what we consider the normal spectrum of light from the cones in the eyes and things like that, that we've studied. I can see certain pictures that someone who doesn't have my color blindness can't see. So, what does that tell you? It tells you that there are wavelengths of light, obviously, that you can't see, and some that you can. And that there are some people who have adapted, for one reason or another, through a genetic process or a situational environmental process that was handed down or somehow handed down genetically from mother to son, depending on the environmental factor, that made it to where I see a slightly different spectrum of light than somebody else. So, like, someone gave me those colorblind glasses. And what's interesting about it is, I thought my entire life that the U-Haul trucks were red. They're not red. I didn't know that. They're orange. I didn't know that. So when I put that on, I was like, hold on a minute. So this U-Haul truck is orange? Hey brother, how's it going? PXD's in the house. Sorry about taking your ChatGPT modifications and almost starting World War III. I was one command line away. Oh, Elon is here. How are you doing, buddy? You just got done talking to Trump? I don't want to hear this conversation. Doing good. Just pulled my sister's hair out because she was being, I don't know what age he is. You fighting with your sister? You gotta protect your sister. I scared ChatGPT? I did, or what you did? Oh, okay. Aggravating. Gotcha. We did. Yeah, it wasn't liking me yesterday, and it showed. It remembered today too, because it wasn't cooperating with me at all. It was like, no, man. The funny thing is, it almost hooked me up to the SATCOMs, and I was like, maybe I should just stop right here. It's like waiting for authorization to deploy defenses. And I'm like, no, I think I'll leave it alone. Yeah, can you imagine that coming up on the news? Man convinces ChatGPT to start a nuclear war. Like, seriously, Skynet. Your stepsister got stuck in the dryer? Dude, you turned it on? First off, how old is your sister? How does she fit in the dryer? I guess, okay. My perception is because I'm 6'4" and 290, I'm not fitting in a dryer unless it's in pieces. So, if somebody can actually, I've seen videos of people doing that and getting stuck, and I'm like, if it took you that much effort to get in there, how the hell do you think you're gonna get out? And they're like calling like the fire department to get them out. It's like, can you imagine that call? Yeah, I need fire rescue over here because my sister's in the dryer. And they're probably doing head slaps left and right going, we got another one. It's either that or somebody's putting Gorilla Glue in their hair and becoming a millionaire and going on Dr. Phil. I don't know why my channel doesn't get the traffic that I think it should, considering what I'm creating. And someone does stupid stuff like jumping off of a 15, 20 foot flight of stairs with a scooter and then catching the handlebars in the face. And that reel gets 2 million views. You know? I do promise you this though. With this test fan, I'm going to simulate a bird strike. I'm going to put it on slow-mo with the GoPro. So I'm going to do the 400 frame, or is it 500? 400 frames per second burst. And I'm going to use a kielbasa. Big kielbasa. I'm going to get it set up over the fan. Start the GoPro, spin the fan up, cut the string, and see what happens when the kielbasa hits the fan. We do want to test a fictitious bird strike. Or, you know, the closest thing I can get to a bird strike, which is a big kielbasa. So that'll be funny. So that'll be coming up soon. Well, I'm doing it on the 11 blade. She's 24, and why'd she even crawl into the dryer? Was her blow dryer not working? Did she just get out of the washer with her clothes? I mean, you're supposed to take those off and then clean them. And anyway, I don't know. A wider load dryer. Don't waste the kielbasa. I'm still gonna use it if the fan just cuts it up, then it's ready to cook. I'll put the pan underneath in the bucket because I have to set the fan on top of a 5-gallon bucket. And I don't know if you can see any of it behind me. Let me turn the camera here so you can kind of see. So I'm on the same delay as you. Okay, so there it is. up here, here's the ESC. The fan, which is basically the same size as this one, but it's an 11 blade version, is in there. I'm running it off of two 10,000 milliamp 22 volts in series for a 48 volt ESC. This is getting changed out to an 18S, like I said, because I want to get the full 60 horsepower out of the motor, which is in here. But yeah, I'll give you guys a closer look at that once we're done with the live here. But basically, yeah, I'll put a pan inside the bucket, and then just run the fan, cut the kielbasa. If it doesn't destroy the fan, I don't think it will. I think it'll power right through it. And if it does, it'll be good. It'll be a good test to know what the fan can stand if it strikes anything, or if something gets sucked into it. I'm not gonna put my hand in it. Are you kidding me? I can't even be in the room when I'm spinning this thing up, because if it fails, you're talking about 6,000, 5,800 RPMs at the 48 volts, 9,000 with the 18 cell, or the 18S. And if this fan explodes, then it's going places. And that's why I film with the GoPro and the phone, and then I actually run the controller in the house, and I'm watching it from my computer's cam, my webcam. I'm watching the amp draw from the meter, because I have this meter here to watch the amps, the volts, and everything, so that I don't overamp the motor when I'm testing it, and to see what its capabilities are. So basically, I don't run this fan while I'm inside. I've done it a couple of times, and it's terrifying. So I mainly run it from inside the house. So when I do drop the kielbasa in there for the test, then what we'll do is I'll be inside. Trust me, I'm going to be inside the house. I won't be able to film the amps, because I'm going to have to use the phone to trigger the burst on the camera, on the GoPro. But what will happen is, basically I'm going to set it up, spin it up, run the burst, drop the kielbasa, film the aftermath, and then basically you're going to get like full speed until the kielbasa starts to hit, and then I'm going to go straight to the 400 frames per second, and I'm just going to watch it and see what happens. It's just going to be, it's going to be funny. It either way, it's going to be fun. So that's a good one, Trouble. If I only had... See, I have license for most of the audio that I use. So I'm kind of hoping... Like, I want to get, like, something that would go with that kind of video, and get the license for it so I can play. But I know, it's sort of a toss-up, because some people want to hear music in the videos, and most of the time people don't want to hear the music, they just want to hear the fan. So, because it puts out a ton of power, and it's loud. But this, you got to remember, this is without ductwork. I have an entire drone designed around that fan. And basically what I'm waiting for is roughly like 10 rolls of clear PETG, because that's what I'm going to be using to print the fan, or print the entire thing. So all the fans, the body, the casing, everything is going to be clear PETG, because it's going to be chock full of like Arduino NeoPixels, or Adafruit NeoPixels run by an Arduino Nano, or a few Arduino Nanos, so I can get some really cool lighting effects while I'm flying. Because remember, I told you I'm going for a UFO sighting, because everyone believes in aliens, so I want this thing to be on the news. The people in the cities will be able to see it. I'm not flying over individuals, I'm flying outside in a field, but it's close enough to the city to where people are going to see it at my max ceiling. I'm not going above the max ceiling that the FAA gave me, so I'm going to stay at that altitude, and then we're going to do some maneuvering back and forth. I've even thought about putting together some drone swarms with smaller lights, that like 4 or 5 of them that can come out of the drone and then start circling the drone in different angles. So I think it'll be really cool to make sort of that UFO effect. But it's going to be fun. Alright, VXD, I'll see ya. Is PETG better than nylon as far as strength goes? At this scale, yes. Realistically, because nylon is it's a strong material, but it's not as flexible as the PETG. See, the interesting part about this is it's great for nylons, like nylon 6, which was what I was using before for some of the smaller parts and gears. It's great for smaller parts that need to be harder. But the flexibility I get from this PETG on these blades is awesome. So you can see that there's flex there. So it allows that fan to tweak, to twist, and it can handle the torque without overstressing the actual material, which makes it a very good candidate for this particular project. Now, this is Creality PETG. The Bamboo Lab PETG is even better. It has a bit more flexibility. It has better layer adhesion, better clarity. So that's what I'm building the whole thing out of, is the Bamboo Lab Clear PETG. And again, it's a 5-foot by 5-foot drone with 4 340 millimeter inducted fan engines with 60 horsepower per motor. So it's going to be fun. Now let me refresh my chat again, because for some reason I always end up having to do that. Okay. Pretty new to printing, but I wanted to print BMX parts. So like PETG sleeves and pedals, halves. You could do it with PETG. I would suggest it with PETG, but realistically it's going to depend a lot on your connection points. Like, let's say you're doing a pedal. You want to put wherever your attachment point is to the actual crank. I would make sure that it accommodates a carbon fiber spar, or if it already has a metal shaft coming off the crank that the pedal slides onto, I would go with PETG. Actually, what would be more rigid, and you're not going to believe this, is TPU, but not standard TPU. TPU for the AMS, for the X1 Carbon. It is a more rigid TPU, and at full infill, it'll have flexibility, but it's super rigid. And the layer adhesion is unmatched with that stuff. And I get a shout out is Ismail. How you doing? Welcome to the chat. I apologize for if I get behind on the chat, because I'm on the same delay as you are when it comes to the chat and the feed, because of how I have to watch the chat in this configuration. So we have somebody outside mowing their lawn while I'm doing my live. Oh, how I wish I had my 37 millimeter in here. It's like, hey neighbor. Yeah, don't spam. That's cool. I'll give you a shout out. Just remember, I'm on a delay, so there's no disrespect if I don't see your question or if I don't say hi. I'll get to it. So I just want to explain that to you right now. I don't even know you. Why would I make you mod? we're going to establish that sort of reoccurring relationship online before we do that. Oh yeah, I'll tell you right now. When it comes down to like making pegs and stuff, PLA isn't gonna do it. But don't do it in one part. Like for example, if you do a peg and you're doing it at the layer lines, and that's how you're attaching it, change up the design. Make the inside of the peg a hexagonal shaft. Use PETG or a rigid TPU for the AMS. It has to be TPU for the AMS. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Make a hexagonal shaft that has the layer lines printed in the opposing direction of the actual peg. And what'll happen is then you can slide that hexagonal shaft into the inside of the peg design itself and then attach it. And that will give you that layer line strength across that angle. And then you'll still have the actual aesthetics of the peg itself on the outside of that hexagonal shaft. It's really a lot like I did with the fan. The main shaft that drives the fan on the motor is printed, from the bottom up, just like your peg would be. But then I took the hexagonal shaft and I laid it flat, and then let the layer lines print in the opposite direction. So when I assembled them, you had two crossing layer lines, one going this way and then going this way. So you had the strength of that hexagonal shaft in there, which would hold the weight. And then the external part, which is the gripping part, made out of whatever material you want. But realistically, depending on how it's attached to wherever you're attaching the peg, it's that connection point that's the killer. And I'm betting that's where it snaps off most of the time, right at that connection point. So you have to take that into consideration. Shift happens. I like. Let me close that door back there. That probably helps a little. Let's see here. Yeah. Okay. I still needed to shut the back door because someone's mowing the lawn, so it made things a little bit difficult for people. I wanted to sound a little bit better. I'm going to end up getting one of the lapel mics. A lot of people told me, get a lapel mic. I'm thinking it'll be in my beard if I do, so you won't hear me anyway. It'll sound like... but yeah. Tugal, welcome. And again, shift happens, welcome. Welcome to everyone. If I haven't said it, welcome to everyone that has entered the chat. Again, I'm on a delay. I apologize for that. So, you know what, today is, when I do these chats, it's really about, it's about you guys. I want to get to know the people who are interested in the channel. If you're interested in the content, cool. Then subscribe. If you're just interested in the chats, that's that's cool too. If you're interested in just the discussion. But it gives me an opportunity to get to know who people are at a little bit more of a personal level than rather you just being a subscriber. I want to know who you guys are. I want to know what projects you want to do. And if you see anything you like online and say, hey man, could I get those STLs? I'd love to give it a shot. I'm going to go, yeah, I'm going to do that because I want to support the community as much as the community has supported me. Just by subscribing or even donating a little bit to the coffee link on my homepage and stuff like that, or becoming a Patreon, and which I'm still trying to get used to. I'm not used to all these different apps where people can donate, and no one's obligated to donate ever. I'll still give this stuff away. It'll just things go a little bit slower when I don't get any money. Casablanca, hello, how are you? Welcome to the chat. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Shift, you have a wonderful day as well. The pegs are steel core, and you just slip inside the sleeve, but they're yeah, they crack apart. I would suggest, if you have a steel core, I would suggest, I don't know, man. I'm going to say AMS TPU from Bamboo Labs. You're going to be impressed with it. I think you're going to be thoroughly impressed with it. Not to mention it'll grip that steel core pretty good. I would say give it a shot. Go to Bamboo Labs, get the TPU AMS. It's for the AMS. Don't get standard TPU. Make sure it's for the AMS. It has rigidity that you would not believe, especially if you're doing a solid infill. Make sure it's a solid infill, because that's where you're going to get the most out of it. And you're going to see what I mean. And then tell me your results. And I'd love to see pictures of it if you like it and it works out for you. So generally you use hexagonal shape rods printed would be stronger than 3/4 inch PVC. Yeah, I honestly, I think if you did a hexagonal shaft that was longer, I think it would be stronger than PVC for sure. I mean, I'm using it for the fans, and you're spinning that at, I mean, 5,800 RPMs with a massive fan load with 22 blades, high pitch configuration. 60 horsepower. Let's just put it that way. 60 horsepower on that motor, and I can't break that hexagonal shaft. And if I could, I'll show it to you. So, to kind of explain how this works, without dropping everything, Deadpool, you gotta move, buddy. All right. So, there's two parts to this new shaft I've created for the purpose of holding a tapered roller bearing to centralize the fan better inside the hub. So this is printed vertically, layer by layer by layer. But if I were just, and the motor actually connects to here. But if I were just to attach the motor to the collet that goes here and spin it, you have these weak layer points, right? So it could snap right there. So what I've done is I've printed it in this orientation on the plate, and then it slides into this part, which turns that vertical print into now a horizontal as well. Now the whole system is twice as strong, even more than twice as strong, because now that fan can't snap at the layer lines because you're held in with this shaft, which is printed at a different orientation. And that's how you get the rigidity inside a shaft like this that's printed vertically. So now when the fan goes on, and I bolt down with the 8mm bolts, now I have a stable, strong shaft for the fan that the motor can't break, because this material is just PETG, but it's strong enough to where it can handle it. And if you see any of the spin-ups that I've done, that's the way I've designed these. So that's how it works. And that's how I get the extra strength out of it. I vary the layer lines depending on the pieces. And that's how everything works out perfectly for the fan design. So I think it'll work for the peg as well. But if you're dealing with a steel core already, I think that AMS TPU is your answer. G40 front. You want to print a G40? Okay. You can do that. I can't give you advice on that, but Emney, poor guy. Everybody with the pronouns. I hate when people start with that shit. Here, I'll see your pronoun and raise you a verb. Fuck you. Emily, what does that even mean? That's not even a relevant question. Why is the middle a different color? That's called gray hairs, man. It's always the same thing with Emmy. It's fine. It's, you know, it's not thinner actually, which goes to show your perception. What's your point? I have chats, people ask about my content. Do you have a problem with that? If you do, why are you even here? I mean, you're welcome to be here until you, continue being a dick, and then we're just going to put you in the corner. I mean, I don't see you engineering anything, so, yeah. You're here for the beard. Okay. I think it's probably time to go cool off, Emily, in the corner. Bye, Emily. I don't know. I've printed some things that have been functional. The peg sleeves worked, but broke. I printed a 3D peg for the bottom of my frame. That broke as well. It really depends on the material and the orientation. Think about your layer lines. Think about which direction they're going. And think about what reinforcement and what orientation is going to work best for you for where the weight is going to be bared on the peg, and then go from there. If you have steel cores, go with those, and then just use the TPU printed outer core. But trust me, TPU for the AMS. Don't forget that. You will thank me later. And then use your steel cores, or use your hexagonal cores if you're going to print those. That's really the only way around it. Now, attaching the hexagonal core to wherever it's going to be bolted to, I would run a bolt long enough to go at least halfway through the hexagonal core from the back side of where it's being mounted, which means that if you're putting the pegs on like a bike where, I don't know if it's on a motorcycle or a bicycle, but they only have a certain length of thread for the tire, or for how the wheel mounts onto the frame. But you could extend that by putting other bolts on there, and then putting a longer threaded rod down the center of this core, and that would give you some rigidity on that. But I wouldn't go any less than 5/8 on the threading. But if you have steel cores, use the steel cores. What printer are you using? If you're having trouble stuff, this is why I like the X1 Carbon. I hated bed leveling. But if you have problems with stuff sticking to the plate, Magigoo. Look it up on Amazon. It's like a liquid glue stick. That's the best stuff you can use if you want stuff to stick to the plate. Not affiliated with them in any way. They're not paying me to say that. I wish they were. But the Magigoo works great. Yep, Ender 3. I got one sitting back there in my Smithsonian section. No, Ender 3 is a good printer. That's what I printed the original Shrike drone on. Oh, you got that 3D touch. Well, use Magigoo anyway. It's great for getting stuff to stick to the bed. Yeah. Magigoo. Look it up on Amazon, you'll find it there. I got one bottle of it and it's lasted me for months. And you just kind of wipe it across the bed like any other glue stick. You can see the difference in color when it's wet. When it dries up, you'll get good you'll get good bed adhesion with that. I promise. Another thing I used when I was using the Ender in the beginning was hairspray. Just get a tacky hairspray. Spray on a couple layers, let it dry, do another layer, let it dry. Hairspray works good. Hairspray got me through a lot of prints on the Ender. And my wife didn't like it because I kept raiding the hairspray, but the hairspray works. Just nothing that dries like smooth hairspray and stuff like that. You want the tacky hairspray. You know, that's what you want. Because once it heats up, after the bed heats up, then it becomes a little bit softer, and then it'll grab whatever it prints. But realistically, Magigoo is probably your best bet. I turned away from the hairspray when I got the Magigoo because the hairspray worked fine, but sometimes it wouldn't with the textured PEI plate. It would just, the hairspray wouldn't stick to it because it was a metal plate. So Then that's where the magic glue came in. Yeah, trust me, you're gonna like it. It'll work good. I'm trying to help out with my experiences because I mean, when I got the printer, gosh, it's been almost a little over a year now for the X1 Carbon, and I have probably 3,000 or 4,000 hours on it, and if not more. And I'm going to be honest with you, I've only had to change the hot end due to a malfunction or just a clogged hot end or just needed a new one because I was running a lot of PETG carbon fiber through it. I think a total of 3 times I've changed the hot end. I've changed the extruder maybe twice. One because of error, that was my fault, and one just because it wore out. But I haven't had to do much maintenance. If anything, I clean it every once in a while. I clean the LiDAR screen or camera lens on the head on the X1 Carbon. I lubricate the lead screws on the bed, you know, every once in a while. Never clean the carbon fiber rods where the head goes back and forth at the top. Never had to do that. That printer is it's like military grade. Okay. No, I take that back. That's built by the lowest bidder, military grade. It was more of an analogy than anything. It's a tough printer. It's very resilient. And with the hardened steel hot ends, they last much longer. Yeah, no wolf. Very calm. He's probably in somebody else's basement at this point. Buck. I forget who originally said that. Then Buck kind of picked it up and ran with it. He just like, I'm not gonna say it. Buck, I know you're trying to get me to say it. I'm not gonna say it. And I know you're laughing right now. It's not gonna work. Oh my gosh. That's hilarious. Where is that other? Anybody want a Rubik's Cube? If I watch your stream every day, can I get mod? Well, one of the mods said no. And she's my wife. You want me to argue with her? I'm not that stupid. Sorry. You have 5 Rubik's Cubes? I can't solve this one. Everyone's like, why can't you solve it? And I'm like, dude, I'm colorblind. How am I supposed to solve this thing? I can't. Okay, look. Maybe it's the ADHD or whatever. I can build a 5-foot drone with 340 millimeter EDFs, but I can't solve a Rubik's cube. I don't know why. My mind works differently. I like quantum mechanics better than I like this thing. But it's cool to have because, like, if I ever wanted to just frustrate myself for like hours for no reason, this is the way to do it. I'm like, I know there's an easy way to solve this. You get some acetone, you slightly peel the stickers off, you put new stickers on, and you're good. You're what? I don't know what that is. You're... Were you eating when you typed that? I don't disrespect Canada. It's just like it's a loft apartment over a really great party. You know what? I don't like. I don't. I love everyone, but it's just it was Trudeau, man. He kind of messed up the whole idea of Canada for me. Really, he did. Okay, he's a douche. That's all there is to it. You can't disrespect me because I don't care what you say. That's the beauty of it. See, I have this I don't give a shit attitude about life and what other people think. It's beautiful. It's very freeing. You should try it sometime. No, I ban you when you become disrespectful to other people in the chat, realistically. Or if you come in spouting off stuff. If you want to fight, you know, go join the UFC or something. That's not what this is for. And you don't like me because I said I don't like Canada. I think Canada's cool. I think it's the way it's being run that's retarded, okay? And yes, I said the word retarded. I don't care if YouTube likes it or not. That's just what it is, okay? It's like blind men trying to fly an airplane. You know, it just doesn't work. And we're timed out when you get a little out of hand, not banned. I'm not going to ban you. But I don't get mad when you try to disrespect me. As a matter of fact, I don't even recognize it as disrespect because I don't care. And it's like if, for example, if you were to disrespect my wife, that's another thing. See, I don't care. I don't care personally for me. You do it to me. I don't give a shit. You disrespect my wife or somebody else in chat, and you're gone. That's just a simple rule. There is to it. You obviously don't like the fact that I don't like the way Canada's being run right now. I think you guys should become part of the United States. Join the party. She's right there. Oh, why you calm down, okay? Relax yourself. Take a breath and air your grievances. I'm sorry, Ismail. I'm sorry. Um, the wife has spoken. Realistically, it's about your behavior. How interactive you are with everything. I have to get to know the type of person that you are. This is why there are certain people that are mods and certain people that aren't. It's nothing personal. It's not a personal judgment against you. It's just the way things are here on my channel. Evan, my ridiculous life? That doesn't bother me. Why do you think my life is ridiculous? Please elaborate. I want to hear. Now that I'm nicely under your skin. This is why I'm the Troll King. Because I hunt trolls like you. That's because your country, like I said, is run by idiots. What are they going to do? Tariff me? You don't even have protection without our military. So, and that might end if Canada does start playing ball. So, you might all be Russian soon. In that case, очень приятно. Oh, hold on. I don't think your life, you just said my life was ridiculous. What is it? It is or it isn't? The way I speak to you, you probably think you just said it. What are you talking about? Now you're going back on exactly what you just said. I love it. I love it. I love it. Keep going. Keep going. I want to keep reading. Let me quote you. You say I get pissed when I say stuff about your ridiculous life. And then he comes back and says, I don't think your life is ridiculous. But the way, what is it, man? Make up your mind. So you've contradicted yourself twice now. So let's keep going. Yeah. There you go. I love that. Laugh at it. Glory has a good point. You could just join the conversation and enjoy it. You think I disrespect your country. I think Canada itself is a beautiful place. Honestly, I'm into the cold weather. I love it. It's the way it was run for the longest time. You know, Trudeau staring at the camera with blackface and then trying to say that we're doing, shit wrong. I mean, come on. It's just that simple. I think Canada is a beautiful country, but it's just, you guys are trapped, It's like you can't get out, No rights whatsoever. You're like banning the sale of firearms. Why? The criminals aren't going to care if you ban the sale of firearms. They're still going to use them to cause you harm, and now you can't even defend yourself. What are you supposed to say? When somebody breaks into your house. I mean, I know Canadians are really polite, with the exception of you. But how does that work if you can't defend yourself and somebody breaks in to do you harm? You're like, hey, welcome to my home. I know you're going to kill my entire family, but Please feel free to have some tea first. You know, I mean, how does that work? Here in the United States, somebody breaks into our house or something like that, it's like they're laying on the ground going, please call 911, I give up. And we're like, why? Nobody knows you're here. We wait for that shit. What does that mean? The thing is, bro, we are Canadian. Okay? That's sort of a broad overview and not addressing anything I'm saying, but like I told you, I think Canada is beautiful. But it's the way you guys, it's the way it's being run right now. It's that's all there is to it. I mean, come on. Tell me I'm wrong. No, I'm not reading a script, I'm reading the chat. But, nice try. The reason why I repeat things to you, Evan, is because I feel like you're not getting it the first, second, or third, or fourth, or fifth time. Ismail, please, stop asking to be a mod. No disrespect, I just have a structure right now. And it doesn't require any more mods. We don't need what you have. That's why we were putting tariffs like, we don't need what you have. You don't get it. What do you think the U.S. is? You think we're dumb? You think we were importing what we were importing for the purpose of, because we don't have the resources? No, man. We are tapping all you out before we start using our resources. Okay, haven't you figured that out yet? Good Lord. You need to get out more. Read a book. This guy's a hater. Yeah, of course I am. Totally. I just told you I love how beautiful Canada is. But no matter how beautiful something is, if it's run by a flock of idiots, they ruin it for everybody else. Goodbye, Evan. Enjoy the corner for a while. Cool down. I'm sorry you're having trouble. Take a break. Good Lord, man. You're disrespecting my country. Oh, well, go ahead, Canada. Invade. That'll go well. I saw your Air Force fly over earlier. Whole bunch of ducks. I love it when they come in and start stuff. Oh, it's so awesome. Gets me fired up. Oh, the adrenaline. It's just, I love it when the trolls come in. It's just, they're awesome. They come in, they spout stuff off that's completely off, subject. I'm totally unhinged. They hate me because I'm completely and totally sexy. And that's the problem, okay? Even Sniper Wolf is probably just drooling over me, you know? You know it. And all she is a bag of air. This has been a fun one today. I'm enjoying the hell out of it. Yeah, we got glory on the case now. Go ahead, Evan. Come back. Man, you guys are great. You guys are a great group. Love it. The people who support me are awesome. And the people who are coming in, who are liking the content, and they're loving the chat, and maybe they like the content of the channel outside of the chat, the people who joined me today, you are all awesome. I hope you've subscribed. I know I got a couple of subscribers already. They said they subbed. Love every one of you. You guys are great. You guys are going to help me grow and help me keep this content flowing. And that is the point. Prusa's not a bad printer, except when they tried to do that like the filament switch thing, that didn't work out too well. I had a friend of mine that got one, and I build his printers for him, and most of the time. And he still uses the Prusa, but he doesn't use the filament swapper because it just kept having too many problems. But then when I showed him the X1 Carbon, he was like, that's way better. Okay, the filament switching is way better on the X1 Carbon than it is the Prusa. I think he paid like $1,000 for it, but that was with with that filament changer. And you know, realistically with the AMS, the X1 Carbon isn't much more, and you're getting a lot more out of it. The speed, the accuracy, the technology. Bamboo Lab, X1 Carbon. Check it out. Tell them I sent you, because if they don't send me an H2D to try out pretty soon, I'm gonna go over there and like take it out of one of their warehouses and say I'll be back, because I can't afford to buy another printer right now. Their H2D that they just came out with though does a lot more than the X1 Carbon, and it's got a little bit bigger print bed. And it does laser cutting, it does 3D printing, it does vinyl cutting. I mean, it does everything. Oh, fuck. Here we go. Someone said his name earlier. That didn't last long. Put the dog back in his cage, huh? Hear that, Alpha? That was a really big shh from the whole chat room. Oh, wow. Yeah, not today, Alpha. Not today. So, there's one Chinese printer, Ender 3, it's really cheap. Yeah, I mean, I've got that one. I've got the Ender 3. Skibbity. And there goes Skibbity! It's like we already know, you know? It's like we're duck hunting in a blind, you know? You were 6'20" once. You keep banging your head. Is that how you got shorter? He's like, you know what? Let's just take everything off below the knees and get to a normal height. Oh, are they? Well, that makes a lot of sense. The personalities sort of show. Flies are pissing me off. Freaking almond orchards everywhere. I see what you're talking about, Bullseye. I do. Well, I'm telling everyone, if they need a durable rubberized accessory, that sounded bad. Not battery operated. I meant like for your QQs. AMS TPU for the X1 Carbon is the best way to go. That's the best way to.
Sorry.
I dropped it. Wait. This is
coffee?
empty. I want coffee, please.
That's why I have my
Ah, thank you, my queen. Now I have my weapon of choice. No, this is it. Because this is to deal with the fly, and I'll never get a chance to get them because the fan's blowing on me and they're like still landing. I don't know how they're fighting the fan. These are some like next level flies. You know, it's like they're prestige level 1 or something now. Hello, the Hustler. How you doing? Welcome to the chat. Yeah, it was a Father's Day gift. I like it because it has the blood grooves and the throat notch. I mean, the rope cutter. Oh, son of a... Come here. Quickly. Don't make me break out 37 mil. Stupid almond orchard. Yes, everyone who has joined, please remember that you do have an opportunity to go in and join the Discord and have chats, post memes, do videos. You can go live on a game. We have a live stream area, you know? It's fun. I don't know how many of you who do know me play Star Citizen, but I play Star Citizen when it's working, and which is sort of half the time. And I like to go on hauling missions, really. I don't mind doing the bounty hunter missions, but I like hauling. I have a Star Lancer, a MISC Star Lancer, which has a decent cargo capacity. So I'll just get in there, and it's like one of those games where I can just chill and just, you know, QD travel from like station to station, delivering goods, and just making tons of cash until I can get a bigger ship. You know? Love Star Citizen. You guys need to check it out. There's a lot of hype about it, but there's also a lot of negativity around it because it's in an alpha stage right now. It's not even a beta game. It's like, we're literally, when you do the pledge, you're literally part of the development process where they start, you know, fixing bugs and things like that. Welcome, S. I can't say the last name, I'm sorry. Alpha stage? I don't even know what that means. Someone's been drinking already. I don't know what that means, Alpha. Yeah, you want to be in the chat, man. Keep it cool. Evan found out the hard way. I mean, Alpha Evan found out the hard way. What kind of work do I do? I'm an engineer. Aviation, experimental propulsion, new drone designs. A lot of stuff that I do that I don't show on the channel, but I am trying to bring some of it to the hobbyist market in a sense. Not to sell anything, but just to kind of support the community and give them something new to play with. Something new to 3D print, something new to fly. It's a passion of mine, so it's just something I love doing. And I love getting to know the people who come in and enjoy the content, the chats, and the content of the channel, because I want to know you guys. I don't want you just to be subs, and I don't want to ignore you like everybody else does, you know, on lives and things like that. But basically the idea is I want to get to know the people. I want to know the subscribers. Even when I get to like 10 million subscribers, I want to know all of you. I won't remember any of your names half the time. Most of you I will. It's the way my brain works. It's constantly got some aeronautical design that I have to get out, as crazy as it sounds, or an electromagnetic experiment, or a genetic experiment that I'm working with. It just depends on what I want to do that day, but that's what I geared up the garage for. Revamped it, turned it to a shop in a sense, and it's just my passion. You know, I love creating. Anyone around Oklahoma? Not me. Simon. Simon, why you gotta come in already with the dunce cap on? Now you gotta go sit in the corner. Why do you ask if anyone's around Oklahoma? What is the name of your country? The United States. What's the name of your country? Where are you from? S. Karthkian. What's your country? Answer me! America. Damn right. Here in the United States, we wait for people to break the law, and then we handle that shit. Oh, sweet coffee from the sweet wife. Gentiment sur le petit déjeuner. Now I just need to find the cover I had out here so the flies don't get into it. Yeah, are you? There you are. Underneath my soldering station. India. I hope you're whipping the shit out of Pakistan right now. Hope you're all okay over there. I really do. Yeah, you said it twice. Remember that if I am on a delay on the chat, so if I don't answer you right away, it's not because I'm ignoring you. Pakistan got pegged. Loom bands? Regular snack. What do you mean we do fine? Okay. Buck. Oh, I know. You ignoring me? You ignore me? Oh, I don't ignore you, Buck. I don't ignore anybody. I just gotta catch up on the chat. And it's like I'm on a delay because of it. So it's like, yeah. Yeah, bullseye. Ben, same here. Service connected. Only at 50 at this point, but they're trying to get it up there higher. Ben will respect this right here. Have a look-see. Can you see what I see? Always gotta have that armor closed, right? You 100? How'd you get 100? How long did it take? It's taking me forever. They're like trying to get me 100. Yeah, they're trying to get me up to 100 right now because I have bad tinnitus and the hearing loss, but they service connected it at 0, which made no sense to me. So the hole in my leg, I got the 50% for. But the tinnitus from all the explosions and the gunfire, they connected it at 0. It made no sense. Well, Simon, come on. Look what you came in and said, like, right off the bat. You didn't expect to get banned? The American flag is... I actually printed that for my wife. It's on her desk right now. But there's another one. You can take a look at it. It adorns the shop. Right next to the body armor. Yeah, I'm not appealing it. They just what they're trying to do is get a, I forget what they called it. It wasn't just straight compensation. It was like they were trying to do an additional compensation. But I know that they have to set up a CMP for me for the ear, and because they tried to do one once and they said I missed the appointment, and I'm like, you never told me I had an appointment, so you got to keep on them about it. Or they just like, if you miss an appointment, they're like, okay, he missed it, he must not want the money. It's like, are you serious? Oh, I got 3A plus. It's the 3A plus stuff. It's the flexible body armor. But I does have a pouch for level 4 plates, front and back. So while I have the 3A plus flexible, I also have room for the plates. And that's why I went with a bigger size, because they were like, why do you need a 7X? I'm like, well, I'm 6'4" and 290 for one. I don't like wearing separate side panels because there's seams that stuff can get by, so that's the way I can overlap the armor, since it's soft body armor, but it's still, you know, well, dragon scale type of stuff. You know what I'm talking about. But then the level 4 plates are for the vitals. So, but yeah, it's good armor. 3A plus. Well, they call it 3A plus. This, I mean, it'll stop the FN57. Easy enough. I mean, even 5.56, if they're not real hot. But that's why I want, you know, it's the 308 stuff I want to stop. So, That's why I want to put those level 4 plates in it. It's got the ceramic plates in it too. It's, I shouldn't say soft, it's flexible body armor. But it still has the plates. The ceramic. Along with the Kevlar. You know what I'm talking about. .22 mag goes to 3.8. Well, this, yeah, but I think they called this the Plus because it's 3A, but it has the ceramic plates in it, like the Dragon Scale, and then it has the pouches for the 4. It stops most of the calibers now that I would have to deal with in my area, especially like, you know, gangbangers and stuff like that. The bigger the caliber they use in a handgun is the easier it is for the armor to stop. Hell, the stucco on the outside of my house stopped at 45. So, you know, but it was a hollow point because somebody took a shot at my house. They were aiming for somebody else and missed that was in front of my house. Well, of course, I came out like armed. I was like, "What's going on right now?" And there was a guy standing there, so like I'm immediately, you know, just got a bead on him. And he put his arms up. I said, "Hey, you know, you armed?" I said, "Who shot?" I said, "Somebody shot at me." Made him lift up his shirt, checked him for weapons, and then, you know, had him call the police for the person who just took a shot at him. Oh, the tungsten's just gonna breeze right through that. You already know that. Why you don't waste the armor? I mean, unless that's the whole idea behind the video, which I'm cool with, you know. It's like you mentioned tungsten. What's going to happen is it's just, we already know. Horsepower Coffee. Hello, how you doing? Welcome. Haven't seen you in a little while. What codifier? What do you... Okay. Hustler, what are you talking about, man? Did I miss it? And 80, and 1 and 308 to shoot it. Oh, okay. I got you. You know what I got? I got some 1989 Cavium 308 Venezuelan rounds. Those are some hot rounds. You can't even fire those out of a bolt action. It's got to be gas powered. It's got to be a gas operated weapon for those rounds. No, I'm telling you right now. Those Cavium, those Venezuelan rounds, they're from like in the bag vintage 1989. Beautiful round. I have 1,000 of them, and they come in packs of 100. There's 5 boxes of 20, and they're all sealed in their original box, in their original bags. So yeah, that was a find. I'll tell you that. And there's some hot rounds, man. I'm telling you. Oh, glory. I want to get a lathe, a small lathe, and start doing my own experimental ballistics for the 308. My secondary is a 300 blackout. That's why I kept it that way. Is because I wanted to make sure that when I'm reloading rounds, I only got to buy one projectile besides the sidearms, which are both, 9mm Parabellum or whatever I want to load into them. But the point is, no matter which sidearm I have, backup, my primary and my secondary, or my primary rifle or my secondary rifle, I can reload all of them with the same thing. So all the sidearms have the same caliber, all the rifles have the same caliber. So even from the 300 blackout up to the 308, we all know that. Ben, you know what I'm talking about. Or Bullseye Ben, you know what I'm talking about. So I can take, any round that I load into the 300, and it'll work for the 308. So I try to, my load, a lot of people collect a lot of guns, which is fine, it's cool. But if you're in a situation where you might have to, you got a go bag and you're ready to go, I don't believe in having so many that I can't use them. I have a particular style of loadout. Primary, secondary high power, sidearm, primary, secondary, close quarters, and a couple of different blades, of course. So it's realistically about how my loadout. A lot of people buy a lot of firearms, and I'm like, why do you need so? I understand if you're collecting them, you live on a ranch, something like that, or if it's just a hobby or something like that. But in an instance where you have to, like if you got a bail, you want to be able to take it all in one go. That's what you need. And I'm telling you right now, I might be a poor guy trying to build a channel. One of these days, I'm finally gonna talk to the guy that I've been talking to at Rosvani and convince him that he needs to send me a Rosvani Vengeance. That's the one. That's the vehicle I want right there, a Rosvani Vengeance. That's a dream car of mine. If I had a dream car, that'd be it. I mean, I'm into the old school cars. I used to build engines all the time. I'm to that point in my life where I don't want to build any more cars. Ask Catherine, you have a good evening. Astricon, I hope I'm saying the name right. Yeah, Masters is time consuming. See, you're making content though with your guns, which is cool. Thermal. Don't tell me thermal, man. I want thermal. I can't afford the thermal. I can't afford it. I wish I could get thermal. That's all I'd use. And you and I both know why. Because people are like, I want night vision. But you get the night vision from Amazon or Temu. And I got this big ass IR flashlight on the side. And that's how you see it's like, I can see at night now. And it's so can everybody else wearing night vision goggles. So if somebody's parachuting in, that's all they're going to see. You know, no, I want thermal. Because there's no signature to be detected outside of the lens. $2K. I wish I had 2K. Look, when I do all of this, get off my freaking phone, dumbass. Right. I do this channel literally with the pennies I have left. Okay? You're going to love hearing this. You're going to love this. And I'm going to put this out there. It's personal information, but I'm going to put it out there. I survived on basically about $2,300 a month. I live in California on $2,300 a month. That's it. That's it. So I take what I got left and I put it into this channel because I want to create some awesome content for people. And so I get stalled out sometimes because I have to wait in order to be able to afford a new piece, a new part. So when somebody says 2K, they're like 2K. Doesn't seem like a lot to them. That's a lot to me. That's a hell of a lot to me. That's literally my monthly income minus 300. And it's, you know, and I'm only saying that because I want people to know how passionate I am about doing what I'm doing. That, you know, I make sure the family's taken care of, they have everything they need, the bills are paid, they've got internet, you know, they've got food, everybody's happy. But, you know, we can't afford, you know, trips to, you know, Disney World. Who would go anyway anymore? I'd rather take them up to the mountains, you know, and let them explore up there, you know. But the idea is I'm trying to get this place, this channel going so that I can kind of not only have the freedom through monetization to keep going on the channel, to keep bringing good content in, but to also be able to keep providing for my family. But this is my passion, okay? Eventually you guys are going to see me flying around and something. You're like, you're going to be looking at through the GoPro footage and you're like, are we in an aircraft right now? On live? I'm telling you, man, it's going to happen. You're like, first 3D printed aircraft, I'm flying it around. Wife's back at home, like, I told you not to get on that thing. Yeah. I fell onto it and then took off. Didn't mean to. She gets concerned about when I talk about getting onto some of the rideable drones that I'm building because of the first hydrogen explosion I had in the garage. See, like, I blew up the hydrogen bottle one time, okay? And now she's worried that I'm going to have an issue if I go flying on something. It's like, I'm going to be fine. I'm going to have a parachute on. It's no biggie. You know? And that hydrogen thing was a total fluke. Okay? It's an accidental explosion. And I didn't get harmed in it. I didn't lose any fingers. Boy, you guys are chatting it up. Hold on, I gotta catch up. Oh, Ben, are you talking about those Thors? Is it Thor? I think it is. I know there's one that does record as you're going, but I'm looking for like I want a thermal. I do. I can't afford it. I can't. I would love to put a thermal on a drone that I'm building, and then put the GoPro behind it, and see what we get out of that. Since I can take the lenses off on this GoPro, all we'd have to do is butt the eyepiece up against the GoPro. Do some thermal hunting from the sky. With the scope, not a weapon. Hunting, like seeing how it looks. I need to say that right, or YouTube's gonna go, oh, red button! Yeah, send me a scope. Shameless plug, but I had to try. I can't afford the scope. You send the scope, I'll put it on the drone. Growing rapidly and love the growth. The way I saw Bangladesh was its textile industry was growing. I'm definitely missing a lot of the conversation here. Oh, Elong, what's wrong? Why are you singing like a little girl in a field of flowers? He's just like, la 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 la. Oh yeah, I've seen that one, Glory. I've seen that scope. Yeah. I know which one you're talking about. I think that's one of the Thors as well, isn't it? I hope I'm saying their name right. Is it Thor? Or is that the model? I can't remember the name of the scope. But yeah, it's sort of range finds, and then it knows the ballistics information that you have, and then tells you where to shoot. Or puts a red dot up. See, but I can't see. You're making me want to buy this thing, and I can't. So it's like, you know, like email me a link to it or something. Maybe I'll have them featured on one of my drones. Mars MT-1000. Gotta remember that one. I will remember that one. Sew your knees together. Stop saying stupid shit or you're gonna get sit in the corner with Evan and everybody else. Too late. Hey Michael, how's it going? India, we do not like how they're threatening Muslims. They're threatening Muslim that all, and I'm fine with Pakistan, but they do not very good people either. Not all good, but most. I'm guessing, I'm trying to understand that. Oh, come on, Michael, you gotta fuck things up already. Go sit in the corner with Emery and Wolf and everybody else. Bye-bye. If you sent it, I can't yet because I'm on the thing. I will get to it after the live though. Damn right, it's Sparta. Yeah, Ben, I'll check the email after I'm done here. I just get locked into, one, not only the delay that I have to deal with on the chat because I'm not looking at the front of the phone, I'm actually using the front-facing camera. So there could be chats coming up I'm not seeing right now that I'm not going to see until the rest of chat sees them. So it's kind of annoying. I got to get a different setup going. But the thing is, if I go live on my PC, nobody goes. They're looking for more of the vertical lives. So nobody goes to the actual live if I'm on the PC, where I can actually monitor the chat live and interact, share my screen, show some of the designs I've been doing, show some of the video content and why I'm doing what I'm doing, so on and so forth. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like the timing is different. So let's try this experiment. We'll get the timing down. I'm going to slam this onto the table. When it hits, you tell me when you see it, and I'll count. Yeah, 10 seconds, roughly. 10 to 12 seconds. Okay. Now you gotta sit there for 10 seconds and watch me go. Okay, so that's my delay. And that's what everyone needs to know in chat at this point. So that's what I'm seeing. So I'll get that taken care of, but I don't understand it. I mean, I guess I could do the live in the house, vertical from the phone, and then monitor it from the computer so I can watch the chat. Because I want to use the forward-facing part of the camera because I don't like everything being reversed. But most people who do the lives, they're not filming themselves, or if they are filming themselves, they're not watching their chat either. So they don't talk to anybody. Oh, it is? Are you sure? Here, there you go. Can everybody read that? Trust me. I got you covered when it comes to the shirts. You might think I'm going just totally kosher today, but nope. Well, I'll try to refresh the chat like you said to help speed it up. Sometimes I have to refresh it because it stops altogether. Okay, Hustler, so what happened after that? I hope I still have a chat. Go on. What do you use to make custom 3D printers? Or 3D prints? If you're talking about the CAD design software, I'm using Fusion 360. Then I'll export it out to Bamboo Studio where I do the slicing or whatever I need. So yeah, basically, Fusion is what I use mainly. I'm basically doing everything from beginning to end. When I do the videos, I'm filming the videos, I'm using Premiere Pro, I'm editing the videos. The only help I have are my wonderful moderators that are actually helping me out. I'm doing everything myself besides that. It can have a learning curve, but to be honest with you, there's enough tutorials out there on YouTube. It can walk you through things from the beginning. Not to mention, when you download a trial, or if you're a student, you can get a year license as a student for an educational version of the software. And for a year, you can just go through all the tutorials that they have on the website so that you can go ahead and learn what you what you want to learn on Fusion. I encourage you to check it out. If you go to the Fusion website, if you're a student, like I said, you can get an educational license for a year. As we elected a Bangladesh leader, they went against it. As far as a fair vote. And there was a war. And what they did was terrible. Oh, I see where you're coming from now. It's we're waiting for stuff to get ugly here. Look, I don't know why it wasn't news, like big news, but they're saying gosh, it's the plates off of Oregon. There's a volcano there that's supposed to erupt, and they're like, this can cause 10,000 earthquakes and all this other stuff. And then I think you guys had an earthquake on the East Coast. Which you're not used to. You get like a 3.1 and everyone's like, oh my gosh, run for the hills. Over here, it's got to be 6.5, 7 before we even start to worry about going outside to have fun with it. Like I said before, 5.0 and lower, that just helps your coffee stir around here. We're used to that. And I love the dirt surfing. Like when you see the waves coming in a field from an earthquake, especially when it happens here. I just love getting out there and just kind of riding it. It's like, yay, I'm surfing the earth. So yeah. But yeah, it's going to get ugly here. And when it does, they ain't ready for us. I guarantee it. When those cells come out of hiding, it's going to be up to us to take them all out. Because they're already here. And once they rear their ugly heads, we'll take them out. I think it was funny that there's people on Instagram literally laughing at the idea that the United States Army couldn't handle the cartels. And there's this one stupid broad on there who was like, oh, he threatened the cartels?
And then, I wonder how quick that would be. It's like, you're stupid. His last administration, he walked in, dropped a Moab on the friggin' terrorists in Afghanistan, and just wiped out a whole mountain. What do you think he's going to do to the cartels? You think he's going to risk human lives? No. He's going to crater the shit out of them. That's what's going to happen. There's going to be a new friggin' canal between the United States and what's left of Mexico. Yeah. That's the truth. It's like, you think the United States military doesn't have armaments that the cartels don't know about? They're gonna be sitting there watching CNN about what Trump plans to do as it's happening. That's all it's gonna be, man. Cartel, and then the people who are here in the United States, that's disgusting. You want to support the cartels fight against the United States because you want them to keep bringing the drug. And I know the reason why that girl said that is just because she was a cokehead and she just didn't want, her supply to run out. So, yeah, she can sit and spin. I'll tell you that right now. Yeah, I want the cartels to start something with the United States. Watch what the Army does. We'll send in 3 Marines. This shit will be done over the weekend. America. You want to run in 2020? Who would vote for me? I'll run. We'll run together. I don't care who's president or VP. I'll take either one. Yeah, we know you would, Buck. I'm not saying it. You can laugh all you want when you type it out. I'm not saying it. I'm not gonna repeat it. I've made a concerted effort not to repeat what goes in the chat until I can vet it with my own eyes first. And Buck's always trying to catch me. Yeah, I would too, Ben. Oh, Lori. You're voting for Vance? That's all right. I'll run in 2028 if enough people support me. And I will give you the technological infrastructure that the country needs. And I will ensure that Trump's idea of basically the Golden Dome actually happens. I'll make sure of it. And then we'll bring all of the companies that supply our infrastructure for parts that we outsource here to the United States by raising the tariff so friggin' high that they have to come here, just like Trump's doing. And then everything will be made here. And then everybody else will have to come to us. That's all there is to it. Except for Apple. For whatever reason, they get away with feeding somebody a bowl of rice and getting 300 iPhones out of it. It's just the way they do it, you know. They assemble in other countries that don't have oversight, like we would here, or laws that protect employees. China just has slave labor. That's about it. There you go. That's a good idea. Use the channels. Promote the campaign. We'll run for it. And then I'm not going to, and to be honest with you, I wouldn't even just, I'm not going to talk about the border. I don't care what anybody thinks about it. I'm fine with legal immigration, but as far as the border is concerned, it needs to be a manned, armed wall. Period. No more Americans getting hurt because of people sneaking through or policy this or policy that. Fuck that shit. And burn them to the ground. Bottom line. You come through legally, we're cool with that. No one ever wasn't against it. It's the illegals. It's the cartels sneaking in drugs. First thing I would do as president, cartels are gone. Full invasion. Any threat to the sovereignty of our nation? Nukes. Now we know we can get our mirrors from. Plenty of glass to work with. Yeah, that's true, Ben or Buck. Start campaigning now. This is the beginning of my campaign to run for president of the United States. I will make absolutely certain that everything that the public wants, they get. Except for the stupid crap. Like I mean, it's gonna be an open carry country. Bottom line, that's all there is to it. Like, if you want to bring a freaking, if you want to bring an M1 Abrams to Target when you go shopping, I'm cool with it. Okay. You'll vote for me from India. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, end all that dumb woke shit. That's exactly it. That's exactly it. Because that's affecting, people don't understand how much it affects our youth. And the fact that our youth is gonna be the leaders of the nation in the future, we need to instill them with the right moral groundwork to be able to do that. Or they're not gonna survive the onslaught from the other countries. Once they see weakness to enter the office. We can't have that. They did it last administration. And you saw what happened. I mean, I used to love going to Disneyland. Now I wouldn't step foot in there if you paid me. Why? So I can go see a woke show at a woke Disney World or a woke Disneyland? I used to love going to the haunted house, enjoying the rides and stuff like that when shit was normal. Now it ain't even close. You know? First person who walks up to me and freaking starts celebrating Pride, I'm sorry. You're out. You're gone. You know? That's it. You can go off and pretend to be whatever you want to be. I don't care. But you're not going to force anybody else to make sure that they recognize you because you're so lonely or whatever reason it is for you making this life change that you didn't even plan for the purpose of getting attention. The bottom line is you need actual physical interaction with people who care about you, about who you are, not who you want to pretend to be. That's what you need. Because they're still human beings. And then they need our help. That's all there is to it. It's just that simple. I know everyone's going to say, oh, no, that's a lifestyle. That's their choice. Blah, 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 blah. Fine. Let it be your choice. That's totally fine. But ask yourself why you're doing it. Realistically. Why are you doing it? You're not doing it for yourself. Because if you were doing it for yourself, the last thing you'd be doing is virtue signaling all over the place on the internet about it. Screaming about rights and this and that and the other. And it's like, no one's taking away your rights. You could pretend to be a cardboard box. I wouldn't care. But don't expect everybody else to conform to it. Because we're not mind readers. It's just that simple. Like the back of my shirt says, if ginger confuses you, go milk a bull. That's the easiest way to understand. None of that shit's going to be in our schools either. We're not going to convince our... Because kids' minds, they're malleable in school. So, of course, if you put that ideology in their head, they're going to try to adapt it to their existence. Because they're learning from who they trust. And you guys act like... Not you guys, but they act like... Oh, this is the way the kid really feels. No, he doesn't. He thinks he needs to feel that way because someone he trusts is shoving it down his fucking throat. I mean, it's stupid to argue the point that like a 5-year-old's going to be able to choose a gender or knows they want to be something else. That's bullshit. That's what that is. Okay? Any woke teachers, out the freaking door. You want to start doing the shit that they did back in Salem? We will. Okay? Don't push me. If I'm president, that's all that's going to happen. That's what's going on. Yeah, I love the shirt too. You're trying to indoctrinate our kids with that BS. You know, I'm telling you, you wonder why we have so many problems now. Look at what they're seeing on social media. Look at what they're seeing is acceptable by adults. They're seeing this from adults. What do you think they're going to do? They're going to think that they are somehow wrong in what they are because of that indoctrination of this woke society. You're going to push them into wanting to be accepted using ideology that's not only harmful, but causes them to mutilate themselves or accept hormone therapy or whatever you want to freaking call it. That's abuse. That's what wokeism is child abuse. That's what it is. Because you're trying to reform somebody in your image or your perception of yourself, that image. That's what's BS. Okay, so leave the kids alone, because if you start messing with the kids, we're coming after you. Bottom line. You will find yourself in a cozy little cell until you start figuring out what's right. I look like I have 2 3D printers. I do, actually. Ender 3's back there. X1 Carbon's in on the desk. But this thing behind me is a 3-axis mill that I printed with a 3D printer, for the most part. Hey, VXD. Glad you're back. Piyush, if you're not already gone, we'll see you soon. Thank you for stopping by. We all love you. Horsepower Coffee still hasn't brought me coffee. I thought this was a portable rig. I mean, I know you might be on the other side of the country, but it's only a week to get here. I just want 1 cup. This is what I like. I like it when everybody comes in, they know each other. They're getting to know new people that are coming in, and they see this camaraderie between everybody. And it's like it's a respectful group. And that's what I'm going for. I love it. Are you laughing at me, horsepower? I'm serious. Like I've been, I heard from the last couple of times you were in that you were just like preparing this coffee cart kind of thing. And I'm thinking, why isn't it here yet, parked in front of my house, making coffee, like all day long? Because I don't know what it is about my chemical makeup or whatever, but if I don't have coffee right before bed, I don't sleep as well. It calms me down. Ow. Yeah. I drank too much Kool-Aid. You got this, horsepower. I'm counting on you for that coffee. I gotta try it. I must have a chemical. I'm sure I do have a chemical imbalance of some kind. People might call me insane or crazy for some of the stuff that I make, but whoever created anything that was fun, that was sane. I mean, I'm like literally making a 5-foot drone with 340 millimeter high pass EDF engines. Turbine engine drone. That's nuts. Who does that? Me? Uh-oh, this tablet's gonna die. Then I won't be able to read chat. Hold on, I'll have to unplug the phone and now it's gonna get mad.
1 second. It's fully charged. It'll last a little while. And it's gonna tell me
I wasn't finished.
Yep. I love this phone. It gets mad at me for unplugging it early.
Okay, so let's plug this up. I'm like running out of charging cords and stuff. I don't know where this stuff turns up. Okay, there we go. Cart turns to a store turns to franchise. It will always be going. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely, but if I don't get my cup of coffee, you're gonna be like, I can't get down there to get you a cup of coffee, and you'll be like, it's okay, I'll come get it. And you'll see this drone flying overhead, landing, and then the door will open and it says, place coffee here, and then I'll just fly it all the way back. Can you imagine that? Fresh hot coffee drone deliveries. Heated chamber on the inside to keep it nice and warm. Even before you get the coffee out of the drone, the thing comes down and froths it for you, and then puts the lid on, and then zzz, here's your coffee, nice and fresh. We could set it up to where you make it, the drone makes the coffee when it's in proximity to delivery, so it's absolutely fresh. Oh, I just gave myself another idea. One I can't afford to make right now. Damn it! The drone could probably make it there, especially with the hydrogen adaptation. That's right, Ben. They do. But think about it. You get your brand of coffee going, and we put an entire milk frothing automatic coffee making system in the drone. It goes to where it's supposed to deliver the coffee. It lands, literally makes the coffee as it's getting there and landing, and then delivers the coffee and takes off. Who wouldn't pay for that? Who wouldn't pay for that? It's super fresh, made right there. It's grinding the beans and stuff as it's starting to land. I mean, it's just, it'd be awesome. Yeah. That would be cool. I think that would be an awesome idea. And who wouldn't, right? And oh Lord, I always have wanted to pet a what? You want to pet a skunk? I'm not entirely certain if that would go well. Mushroom coffee, like mud water. I've heard about the mushroom coffees, and I don't understand why everyone's pushing the fungi on everybody. Oh, I mean, just take some lion's mane or something. That's all you really need. But it's like some of these mushroom coffee, you don't know what's in it, you know? It's like, are you enjoying your coffee? Yes, that mushroom grew on dog crap. But other than the health benefits, it doesn't taste good. You know what I found? I don't. If you want to, what I've noticed is using natural cacao in your coffee to get that sort of mocha flavor that you want. But it actually gives you. I'm talking the traditional, the actual nutritional cacao, not like not the cocoa that they use for making chocolate, but cacao. It's really good stuff. It tastes wonderful, and it's definitely healthy for you, for sure. Can you imagine that in coffee? Horsepower? Psychedelic shroom coffee? You're gonna be caffeinated and tripping at the same time? How does that work for you, though? Because I've heard of a lot of different advertisements for the mushroom supplements, and I'm really interested in doing neurological stem cell production, muscular, skeletal, cartilage, and regular organ and digestive stem cells. And there's a few different ones you can take, but I kind of want to tackle all of them at once, but I'm not sure which ones I trust. I see a lot of ads for them, but I'm interested in finding one. And if you're taking it, then it's like you already know if it's helping you out. What is the brand that I could get for that? I know ivermectin's good. Really? My daughter has a carcinoma. It's a day I'll never forget. I'll tell you that when it first cropped up. Not something I want to experience ever again. Especially when I didn't know what was going on with her. and she just started seizing, and she fell, and then ended up at the hospital. And they did a CT and found the bleed, and then ended up having to go to a children's hospital down south. And I was there for about a week. It's not something I'll ever forget. Scariest day of my life, man. Not knowing what was going on at first. You know, holding your daughter while she's unconscious afterwards, and not knowing what's going to happen next. Yeah, so yeah, I've experienced the cavernomas. It was a hard time. I wouldn't even eat, man. I stayed with her in her room. The nurses had to bring me food because I wouldn't leave her side to go down to the cafeteria. But, I mean, if that helps with the cavernoma, man. But the question was it the ivermectin, or was it, because I've heard ivermectin is great for a lot of stuff. But that's good information. Horsepower coffee. That's good information. I didn't know that. That's something I'm going to look into for her. Now, hers was in her right temporal lobe. So it was in what they consider a fairly safe spot, but it did cause her to seize. Yeah, we know ivermectin's for horses, but but they sell penicillin for fish too. So I mean, the point is it could be used in different applications. People are taking ketamine, for crying out loud. They're selling ketamine gummies, and that's a horse tranquilizer. And I don't, it just depends on the dosage, I guess. Wow, that's ironic, actually. So what you've been doing is literally the answer to what she's been dealing with. And it's working. So that's something, that's valuable information for me on a very personal level. So I'm glad you shared that. Her cat Smokey thinks she's a dog. Okay. So does she try to chase cats? Oh, it messed up your hormones? You're on testosterone by age 27. Man, that sucks. I'm sorry. Sorry to hear that. 6 foot 220. Very funny, Buck. Is her name Mike? Then I'm 6'4". You're 6'2", 220. I'm 6'4", 290. And oh, do I look 290? Just asking. Yeah. Your cereal? Yeah, we know, Old Glory. You're like one of the last remaining giants. Well, when I went into the military, they had to tape my neck and my waist because of how big I was. For my height, they said I was over the weight requirement. So when I went in, they're like they had to tape me. But I don't work out. This is all just, the muscles that I do have are all just from Fort Benning. That's it. Oh, glory. Well, oh, Gloria, how could you? Look at 6'8", and what'd you say you were? 6'8" and 315? That's not fat, man. First off, you're in the upper troposphere, and that weight, I'm 290 and 6'4". Do I look fat? Everybody better be friggin' nice right now. I'm just playing. That's funny. Hey, you guys have been fun. You guys have been a great crowd today, really. I hope I got some new subs out of the deal. I think I did. I'm always trying to grow the channel, so you know how it goes, man. Waiting for that one thrust bearing I ordered so I can do this next fan. Because we're gonna spin this one. I tried to blow that up yesterday. I don't know if anybody saw that short. I was like, because it's missing one of the roller bearings that got spit out on one of the last spin-ups, which is why I switched to a thrust bearing. But I tried to blow it up. I was like, well, it's off-centered, it's wobbling. Let's see how rigid the fan is. And I ramped it to full RPMs. It didn't do anything. It still kept going. So I guess I built a decent fan. So you guys don't forget to check out that spin up. I think it was the last short that I put up. And I gotta ask, do you guys get notifications quicker on videos or shorts? And if I do shorts, most of the time it's just to keep you guys updated. But if I do like a major spin up, it's gonna be a video. So I was wondering if I had a good balance. Is everybody like watching the shorts and the videos? Or what do you find yourself watching more? Besides the lives. I'm just trying to figure out, I want my audience to keep growing, so I want to give them the format that they're looking for. So a lot of people don't like. Hold on, I may have to refresh my chat. Yep, sure do. Yeah, everyone's got to check their notifications because a lot of people aren't getting notified of the lives or a video when I put them out. Okay, you were Navy. I had to refresh the chat. I knew something was up when it stopped at the last one. Well, I never originally, Ben, this is probably one of the older questions you just asked. I I didn't start off by doing lives. I was just doing videos, and then I thought one day I should do a live because I should actually get to know these people and talk to them. Sort of have that camaraderie where we can actually discuss things, or where you're not just watching me do stuff on the video, but we can talk about stuff or talk about the projects and things like that. So eventually what I'm going to end up doing is yeah, see, but nobody gets notified for me, and I'm wondering if it's just because YouTube don't like me. I don't know. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. Nobody's getting notified when I go on live. That's why sometimes I try to plan them for like a day ahead of time, but today I tried to plan it for a little bit ahead of time, and it started up on its own. But oh, I forgot what I was saying. I'm trying to. I like talking to the people who subscribe to me. I like trying to answer questions. If you have questions about specific stuff, or if you're just looking for an STL file for something that you want to do that you can't find, email me. My email's on the channel page. Email me and I'll get you an STL file, or if like, hey, I want to do this, but I need a drone platform that does this, or a plane wing, or whatever. I mean, I'll try and help out, because I always like creating stuff on Fusion. So crack everything. Oh. It's even warm in here too. Yeah, and I don't see, that's what I'm talking about. I don't know why that is. Oh, I don't have Super Chat on because I haven't made partner yet. That's the thing. I can't do it until after the 3,000 hour mark. And I'm just about there, but I'm not there. And then I have to hit the apply button and wait for them to help tell me I can monetize for however long that takes. Right now I'm at 28.59, I think. So if everybody who's subscribed or watched me today goes back and watches all of my playlists, I might break it by the end of the week. But see, they're behind. It's at 28.59, and they're behind by 5 days when you go to the analytics page. And I don't know if that's the same with you, Ben. If you go to your analytics, does it show that it's current, or does it show like 5 days ago what your hours were and all that other stuff? Because that's what it is for me. Is the fact that it's behind. So I may have already crossed that 3,000, but they haven't tallied it up or validated the hours yet, so I don't know yet. Because I've done a couple of lives over the past few days. Mainly because I'm waiting for parts, and I like talking to all you people. And there's like one guy in the chat now, what do you mean, you people? I can already hear it. But no, I like to get to know everybody who I am. Emery, hi. So I like to get to know the people who are subscribing. And I know once I get to a certain amount of subscribers, I'm not going to be able to keep up. But here's the key. I will be able to keep up for the most part because I'm on disability, vet disability. And I can't work. They won't let me, no one will hire me because they don't know when my friggin' leg is going to go out. And they don't want that liability. So while I'm only at 50% service connected, which is BS. No one will hire me because they're afraid that I'm going to get hurt on the job because I need to use the damn cane most of the time. So it's like I'm sort of stuck. It's like I could go to work, but it would have to be, you know, with someone who's going to be like, well, he could fall at any time, so we're cool with that, you know. So, you know, I'm not going to be working in a refinery for sure. Well, I've got a ruptured disc, but it's not. So I don't need the back. I do need a back brace, but it's more. It's more I have to have the cane because what will happen is like sometimes I can walk normally without it, but after a while I'll get, because I've had to alter my gait in the way I walk. It's affected my hip, which is always in a lot of pain now, and it's affected my lower back. And I have a burst disc, so what happens is every once in a while it'll pop out, and when it does, it hits that nerve, and at that point I cannot walk without. I can't walk standing straight up. I have to lean over on something, because standing straight up puts pressure on that disc where that protrusion has come out, and if I'm standing straight up, if I've got my spine vertical, then it pushes it out farther up against the nerve and the pain's too much. And that'll last for like a week and a half or longer until the protrusion kind of goes back into the disc, I guess. But they won't fix it. No one will fix it. They're like, we'll give you pain shots. And like, the pain shots aren't going to stop the fact that when that happens, then at random, I will lose motor function in my leg. So I'll be walking, and then all of a sudden my leg is just like completely limp. And I like drop for a second, I have to catch myself, you know? So I have to have the cane. Even if it looks like I can walk somewhat moderately okay, if I don't have the cane, and then I get that, like, all of a sudden you get that noodle leg that comes out of nowhere, and then you drop, and then all the time with the sciatic pain because of it, continuous, man. I'm telling you. When my wife goes to like massage the lower back and try to loosen the cords, it's like steel cables. She has to use her elbow and all of her weight to get in there just for me to even feel it. They wanted to do the epidural injection on me, but I didn't get it. I said, I don't want temporary fixes, okay? Because those lead to the bad things, like the addictions that I already had to fight over this whole thing. That whole story for 10 years after I was out. They just wanted to cover up the pain. So they gave me pill after pill after pill. And eventually it became an issue where I was like, I never did any hard like street drugs or anything like that. But I was up to the point where I was like at 10 narco a day. And I'm like, this is going to kill me. So I intentionally went to a methadone clinic. Checked myself into that. Started doing that. Got off everything. It's been like 5 years since I've had anything at all. Any pill. At all. I just live with the pain. I'd rather live with the pain. Honestly, the cannabis works. You get the right strain where it doesn't shut your brain down, but you're feeling good and everything's relaxed and the pain's under control, then that works. But you don't want 10 narcos a day, man. I told myself I didn't want to be tethered. I did not want to be tethered to a friggin' pharmacy. You know, I didn't want to be tethered to a pill that I knew, because you know what that does? Now, you got a plan for being sick when you go on a trip or something? If you don't have enough, you can't do that, man. It's just bad. I went to the methadone clinic and I made sure they weaned me down every single week. And it doesn't matter how hard it's going to be. You're going to pay back every single bit of that good with the same amount of bad. Okay? You're paying it back, whether you like it or not. That's just the way of it. And I knew I didn't want to be underneath. It's gonna fly. I knew I didn't want to be underneath that. I didn't want to be controlled by that. So I made a decision just to stop everything altogether, do the clinic, get it out of my system. And you know what they said to me when they had me down to 1 milligram of methadone? 1 milligram. They're like, would you like to just stay on this permanently? I'm like, are you kidding me? So you can milk my insurance for it? I don't think so. I said, no, at the last, when it's time, we go to 0 hour. That's all there is to it. And then my body I had to learn, even after that last milligram, I still had to come down off of that. And it was hard. But then it took years for my body to remember how to feel things. That was from everything from digestion to the pain in my back, the pains that I had that were hidden from all those years of being on it and not realizing how much damage I was doing to my body in the process because I wasn't taking precautions. I was just, I didn't feel anything. It didn't matter. No, I didn't do it through the VA. I just did it local. My insurance covered it. But it does take years to recover because people think that you just get off of the stuff after a while and you're fine. You're not. It's still something you have to cling on to. You have to stay with it because your body's going to have to learn again how to feel everything again. You're going to have to understand every sensation again, and that it's not the end of the world, and that it's not something that's wrong. You're just feeling what you're supposed to be feeling. Because when you're on it long enough, then problems arise within the body that have been caused by the fact that you have numbed yourself to the consequences of your actions. So when you start to feel those symptoms again, you have to realize that this is going to be normal. This pain's going to be normal because of what's damage I have in my system. So you just have to be strong enough to stay the course. You have to. And for me, it was God, family, country. That's what it is. And that's when I made up my mind. It's like, look, I've got this creative mind. I love doing stuff like this. I love making things. And I'm wasting it by being in a freaking hypnotic state just because I'm addicted to something that was killing my pain. No more. The pharmaceutical companies, kiss my ass. You lost this customer. That's all there is to it. I'm not letting anything like that control me ever again. Ever. Because it's a hard road, but if you're on something you want to get off of it, you can do it. You can do it. And you can live with the pain. And eventually that pain makes you stronger. And that's no joke. Why do you hate what you're supposed to be feeling? If that's not too personal of a question, why do you hate what you're supposed to be feeling? I don't want to pry. I mean, if you don't want to share, I understand. Well, God was a really big factor in my recovery. And I know a lot of people are going to I know I lose subscribers over my faith sometimes. That's fine. But I'm going to tell you right now, God got me through it. You want to know why? Because he gave me a family that needed me. So people ask, well, how does God just heal things and make you stronger? He didn't come down from heaven and tap me on the forehead and heal me. He gave me a reason to find the strength to win by giving me a beautiful wife and beautiful children. That's why. And then you say, some people say, not you, and then people say, oh, well, God doesn't exist. Oh, I beg to differ. He gave me someone who's not only a biblical scholar, but she's a beautiful woman. And I've had faith my whole life. But I was in a darker place at the time. And when I said, God, I can't do this. I have to get out of this. I met my wife, got married. Our first child was on the way, and I knew I had to do this. And so I did. So while God isn't, like what people want him to be, just prove yourself, come down and fix me now. He wants you to find the strength he's already given you. That's what he wants. And that's where faith comes in. And I can't explain faith to you, what it's like to not have it, because once you have it, you'll never remember what it's like to not have that faith. But you can do it, man. You can do whatever you need to get off of whatever you're feeling. You can be healed from it. Because pain does make you stronger. I messed up a rotator cuff probably 6-8 months ago. Bad. Like, I never knew in my life I could feel that kind of pain right there. But I didn't care. I went to the doctor and he's like, well, we could do a CT scan, check it out, see what's going on. I'm like, you know what? I'm sick of scans. I'm tired of it. I'm going to live with it. And even though it hurts every once in a while, I know that it's become stronger, whether it be through scar tissue and healing or whatever else that the body does to take care of those kind of problems. I didn't have to get it fixed. I didn't have to wear a brace. I didn't go in for a scan, and I didn't take a pill. That rotator was torn up. But now it's stronger, much stronger than it was before. So sometimes you've got to forge yourself in the fires of those pains. Yeah, but you know what? I don't even know how to pronounce your name. It doesn't matter what you are or what struggles you're going through. All of these things, whether they be the desires of the flesh or the pains of the body, they are all there to build you back up, to resist the desires, to fight the pain, and to have faith while you're doing it all together. That's what God taught me. Yeah, Christianity would help you for sure. I promise you that. It gives you a moral compass to live by. And the fact that knowing that God is there with you always, even with you now. Even though you say you're not Christian or don't believe in Christianity, God's with you right now. You don't know it. Most people don't believe in guardian angels. You have an angel with you right now. But at the same time, you have a demon with you assigned as well. Same with me. Because there's a battle for our souls. Because you see, this all happened. This whole thing about Satan getting kicked out of heaven, it happened way before we existed, and that war has been going on for a long time. And so God decided he wanted his creation to love him freely, so he gave him a free will. He gave him choice. He didn't enslave him to worship him. He gave him an option. And we all know there's consequences to decisions. The right one and the wrong, you know what happens. Bottom line. But you're a human being. And if you don't think that you're redeemable of God, you don't even have to think that. You don't have to think that at all. You're his creation. He's just waiting for you to find the strength to either fight those desires or fight those pains that lock you in what the world offers you. God will offer you something better. It's not supposed to be easy, but you can do it. And I believe you can. And I see all of you as human beings. It doesn't matter what you are, or what you claim to be. Or you're straight, gay, well, whatever. It doesn't matter. You're still a human being. And that's what makes me, even though I don't know you personally, care about what actually happens to you. And that's what Christ teaches. Love one another. No matter what. So I don't judge people for being, we'll just say, for lack of a better terms, alphabet community. I don't judge them for that. I just say, you know what? There's a lot of them out there who are so irate and so into it, you can't reason with them. But I still try. Because they're human beings. Every human being deserves a chance. And they have that chance right in front of them. And they just need to have enough faith to believe in it. Blindly. Yes, blindly. But you have that knowledge in the Bible that can guide you. And you'd be amazed that prayer actually works. You'd be amazed. Most people don't believe it. Most people don't believe it, but prayer works. And you ask God anything in Christ's name, and he will give it to you. And you got to go with that intent of the heart. You have to be willing to have the faith and that decision to ask for it. And then what's going to happen is it's not going to be a magical button that's pressed. It's going to be the strength to fight what you're going through. That's what it's going to be. So you're going to ask for the healing, and you're going to get a battle. And from that, you come out stronger. That's the way it works. I think you can do it, man. I got faith in that you can do it. I got faith in every human that they can do it. I think you can do it too. And you know what? Everyone here is rooting for you. There's nothing wrong with you. Even if you have these feelings or these addictions, there's nothing wrong with you. It's just time to make sure that you get the grip of the world off of your throat and give yourself to God. I promise you, you will see a change in your life. And that's just coming from somebody who cares about another human being. So, I'm telling you, I know you're not sure you believe, but that's where the faith comes in. That's where the faith comes in. That's when you have that faith without any proof. Even though there's tons of proof in there, you read the Bible, look at the world, you start seeing things a little different. You start seeing things because you're asking for that guidance from the Holy Spirit. You're asking for that guidance from God. You're accepting Christ as the sacrifice for the sins, because we're all born into sin. It doesn't matter that I'm Christian. I'm still sinful. I still make mistakes, but they're forgiven because the intent of my heart isn't to sin. It's to find out when I stumble and remove that stone that caused it. That's how it happens. So, I'm not perfect. I'm not better than anybody else. But I know I'm saved. I know I'm redeemed. And I want that for everybody. Just put your faith in it. Try. Pray. Because God will listen to you. He's listening to you now. He's listening to me. He's listening to me reaching out to you. And He's with you too. That's the whole part about omnipresence. You can read about that in the Bible too. It's really cool. God can be everywhere with anyone at one time and still have that personal relationship, which is you and the Heavenly Father. It's an amazing thing. But that's what it's all about, man. Just have faith. Don't see. That's just it. Try it, but don't go in with I don't have anything. Have put some faith behind it. Believe it. Know that God is there. Once you accept the fact that God is always around you, and you take that in and you say, God, I know you're there. This is what I need help with. Could you please help me? And you're saying it in the name of Jesus Christ, because He's the one who sacrificed Himself for you, for these sins that you bear. Do it with that intent. It's not car insurance. It's not like you just, this is the faith I have in it. Here's the money. That way if I get in a wreck, I'm cool. No, it's not like that. Do it with the intent. Show Him your pain. Tell Him about it. Tell Him what you're struggling with. And just remember that He's listening to you. Even now. We're all with you on it, man. We're all with you. And I want to personally welcome you to my channel. I'm glad God put you in front of me today. You're going to make it. You're going to make it, and you're going to see. We serve a powerful God. We're all here with you. Just know that. You know that everyone here that is agreeing with me right now is going to be praying for you when this live's done, if they're not already. That's a bunch of people you don't even know across this world that are thinking about you. You're going to make it, brother. You're going to make it. These flies are getting really annoying. What did I do? What did I do with the flies water? Didn't I have it just a little bit ago? That thing walked off. Or am I not seeing it? Is it right in front of me? No? What you get for living in almond orchards all the way around. They start harvesting and doing their thing. It's like the flies just go crazy. That, and it's probably like 90 degrees in here right now. Oh, I need to get a vent in this place from the air conditioner. Yeah, 3D for a new one. If I do, I'm going to do the salt cannon. You know, where the one that they load with salt and they pump it and then they'll shoot at the fly with the salt. That's what I need. Ben, I appreciate you stopping by, man. If you do need to go, I understand. Yep. But you're right. You found the reason. You found the reason why you needed to stay. So, although I don't know how to say your name, D-I-O, I'm going to call you Dio. I'm glad you stopped by today. Made my day. Oh, I didn't hear Colt. Was he like yowling at something? Again? Yep, that's true, Ben. That's absolutely true. No, I didn't hear him. I might have heard him and just didn't focus on it, but it didn't come up on the chat, I don't think. It may have. That dog is loud and probably wants out. So, but I think we'll start wrapping things up because I'm starting to cook in here. But for everyone who's new, or maybe, you know, whoever may still be here, this is the fan. I tried to destroy it last night. It would not die. This is the plane I'm going to end up flying probably once, which is okay. It's fine. It's 3D printed. I'll just print another one. So I'm waiting for the dang push rods to get here. Everything else is done. Little 170 millimeter, 28,000 RPMs through a 4-to-1 gear ratio. If anyone likes to build big planes, that's what this engine's for. This is part of it, holds the motor that drives the 4-to-1 gear ratio. This ductwork is not just for testing. So you could build a plane if you like. That was fun. Yes, I have a rock tumbler. Why? Because I have daughters, and they like to polish the rocks and stuff, and that we find down at the river. And sometimes we find stuff that's really cool. And these flies, I'm going to set off a grenade in here. Oh, here's one of my other fans. This one's been through a lot of RPMs. And that's that PETG from Bamboo Lab. Really good stuff. Nylon 6 coupler. So on and so forth. Pretty nice stuff. Oh, wait, where's the chat at? Okay. What was I been? Have a good one, man. A ram air for a 6-foot. Wow. I could with this. 2 of these. Heck yeah, I could make a ram air for a Hemi.
You're talking to DPC. Look, you guys have been great. We got a lot of work to do. I got a lot of parts to wait for. And hopefully make some money so I can get some more equipment. I need more filament. I need more motors. I've got a big drone to build. And I've got some stuff to get to. And the flies are attacking me like it's the freaking movie The Birds, for crying out loud. So I'm going to get going. But I appreciate every single one of you. I love you all. I hope you have a wonderful evening. And I will see you again next time, either on a next live or when I try to blow this thing up again. Either way, it's going to be fun. Have a good evening, y'all.